Chapter 687. The Supreme Tao Fruit was incredibly alluring. Although Qin Wushuang had acquired 2 from the 9-change celestial tiger, for this thing, the more the better. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not mind having more. If one were to speak of the most precious things in the Tian Shenland, the Supreme Tao Fruit would definitely be one of them. It was also the most precious thing that Qin Wushuang had come into contact with up to this point. If it weren't for the pageant of the totem clan, this Supreme Tao Fruit might not even appear once in 100 years. Therefore, even the most exceptional young people this time were looking forward to the Supreme Tao Fruit greatly. Additionally, everyone was the most exceptional genius from their respective forbidden zones, who would be convinced by the others. Without the participation of the disciples of the totem clan, of course they would not be convinced by others. All of them coveted the championship. Therefore, it was not strange for Qin Wushuang to feel such latent hostility. Everyone wants the championship, but there is only one spot. Qin Wushuang's mind was as clear as a mirror. If it were an arena competition, perhaps it would be extremely difficult for me if I were forbidden from using the sealed spiritual beast. However, for such a competition with the nature of a trial, it's equivalent to surviving in a difficult situation. With the sealed spiritual beast, I still have great assurance. Since the Qin clan needs fame and prestige, I will aim for the championship. This was Qin Wushuang's lofty aspiration. Although he had never spoken it out, he was abnormally determined. All right, young man, before we depart, please listen to my kind words of advice. Breaking through this island is a real trial with real swords and spears. If you don't want to lose your life, you must activate the transportation jade plate in times of crisis. Or else, once you encounter a crisis and die, the organization will not be responsible. Chief Snow Cicada said with a smile, for the first 6 islands, you candidates must not engage in internal strife and attack each other. Whoever attacks the opponent will be disqualified immediately. At the 3rd level, which is starting from the 7th island, to distinguish the top, candidates can make moves against each other. Of course, if you are not disciples of the same sect, you must never form an alliance. Once you find out that you are not disciples of the same sect, you will be disqualified. All your previous results will be reset to 0. This rule encouraged cooperation between disciples of the same sect, and discouraged collusion between different sects. This eliminated the possibility of cheating between small groups. All right, let's all step onto the teleportation platform. Sect leader Xue Chan said indifferently. All the participating disciples walked over one after another. The teleportation platform was extremely wide. It was several miles wide, and the 74 contestants standing in it were not conspicuous at all. The teleportation platform was activated and the entire platform was enveloped by a white light. The platform slowly descended and sank into the ground. Suddenly, the white light expanded, and the array formation was fully activated. Everyone was immediately teleported out by the divine Tao light. Boom! 74 figures turned into 74 streaks of light and landed on the first island like meteors. The first island was basically entry-level. However, this entry-level island did not mean that it was peaceful. Regardless of whether it was the interior of the island or the waters of the illusion Heavenly Lake, there were all kinds of spirit beasts that constantly attacked and harassed them. Although these people's strength was enough to deal with these spirit beasts, if anyone was careless, it was not impossible for them to lose their footing. This island could hold 74 people, and it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The entire island was at least 1,000 miles. In the illusion Heavenly Lake, it was like a tiny chess piece. Placed on the chessboard created by heaven and earth, the illusion Heavenly Lake, it was very tiny. The 3 islands in the first level, which was the 1st to 3rd islands, had a time limit of 10 days. After Qin Wushuang entered the island, he did not divert his attention to do other things at all. Instead, he wholeheartedly found a quiet place to cultivate properly. During this period of time, he was on the move and did not have much time to cultivate. It was rare for this illusion Heavenly Lake to have such a wonderful environment. Although it was somewhat dangerous, with Qin Wushuang's current strength, he did not have the slightest bit of worry about the 3 islands in the first level. Moreover, there was still the sealed spirit beasts to protect him. However, this time, Qin Wushuang did not make a big fuss. He only summoned the sky-pilfered mole and moon palace jade hare. With these two spirit beasts to stand guard for him, it was basically enough. Anyway, the contestants were not allowed to attack each other in the first 6 islands. He was also not worried that someone would violate the rules. The responsibility of the sky-pilfered mole and moon palace jade hare was to guard against monsters who did not have eyes barging in. Almost in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. To tell the truth, Qin Wushuang deeply hoped that this time could be longer. However, the rules were as such. 10 days had passed. Out of the 74 contestants, 2 of them had been disqualified. However, it was not because they were not strong enough, but because they had bad luck. One of them had encountered a group of beasts, and the other one had been bitten by a poisonous creature. These 2 unlucky guys had also become the laughingstock of the outside world. After 10 days, all the contestants arrived near the transportation platform of the first island and were directly transported to the second island. Clearly, the difficulty level of this island was different than the first one. It was clear that the frequency of monsters appearing was much higher. Moreover, the strength and number of monsters were much more than on the first island. Of course, to Qin Wushuang, this did not pose any pressure. In total, it would take 30 days for the first 3 islands in the first level. Qin Wushuang planned to use these 30 days to temper his own strength. Currently, he was at the perfect void martial stage. It would be a great challenge to dash for that exquisite mysterious boundary stage. The void martial stage was to merge with the void, refine one's form, and acquire supreme divine skills. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage was the bridge to the supreme Tao stage. It was a great stage where one could shatter the void, merge one's body and soul with the Tao. In other words, to enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, one must comprehend the profound principle of shattering the void. Qin Wushuang did not lack talent, strength, or comprehension. He only lacked the maturity required for this process. After all, training was not like other things. In addition to the moment of inspiration, it also required a quantitative accumulation. The process of this accumulation differed according to the difference in talent. The amount of time spent would also be different. And Qin Wushuang was one of the best in this field. Since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, in 10 years, he had already trained to the perfect void martial stage. Looking back at this result, it had far surpassed the limits of the human country's imagination. However, compared to the entire Tianxian land, although Qin Wushuang's talent was outstanding, there were also people with the same talent as him. After all, the forbidden spiritual zones were places where talents emerged in large numbers. In terms of that Xin Wuji, he was at the peak of the common mysterious stage. In terms of strength, Qin Wushuang was indeed slightly inferior to Xin Wuji. For this martial arts performance, there were at least 4 people on the same level as Xin Wuji. In other words, besides the Xian Yuan Mound, at least one of the other 4 forbidden spiritual zones was on the same level as Xin Wuji. These 4 or 5 people were the first tier of competitors. Next, there were about 10 people at the level of Qin Taichong. Therefore, it would be difficult for Qin Taichong to compete for the top 10. Not to mention the top 4, the difficulty would be immeasurable. Qin Wushuang concentrated on tempering his own primordial spirit. Qin Wushuang knew that after entering the Supreme Tao stage, each Supreme Tao elite warrior would specialize in the Supreme Tao attribute. For example, Second Chief Qin Yunran specialized in the fire attribute. Therefore, his control over the fire attribute far surpassed the other attributes. Senior Yun Xuechen specialized in the water attribute. Therefore, Senior Yun Xuechen's Supreme Tao characteristics appeared extremely gentle and confident. It gave people a feeling of extreme gentleness. As Qin Wushuang pondered over these difficult Supreme Tao problems, he thought, since the exquisite mysterious boundary stage is the bridge to the Supreme Tao stage, then after entering this exquisite mysterious boundary stage, certainly it will involve the comprehension of attributes. The Supreme Tao stage starts from the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Indeed, the comprehension of attribute laws is much more important than the void martial stage and the spiritual martial stage. Qin Wushuang thought carefully. Before the void martial stage, he had only pursued the killing power of martial arts. In fact, he did not pursue the training of attributes too much. After all, the power of physical attacks would sometimes make attribute attacks appear superfluous. However, in the Supreme Tao stage, the comprehension of attributes was extremely important. It would also become the main direction of comprehension for Supreme Tao elite warriors. If one were to say that the Supreme Tao stage was more powerful than those beneath the Supreme Tao stage, in fact, this powerful aspect would be the usage of attributes. Regarding the natural power of heaven and earth, the spiritual martial stage was the beginning. The void martial stage was the next level. Then, the Supreme Tao stage could be said to be entering the best stage. The difference between the strength of the Supreme Tao stage was the strength of the comprehension of attributes. The usage and control of the natural elements. In the Supreme Tao stage, physical attacks would be secondary. As Qin Wushuang organized these thoughts, gradually, he realized that the scene before his eyes had become increasingly clear. The path of cultivation that was originally somewhat blurry slowly became clear. The Supreme Tao stage. For the first time, Qin Wushuang had a feeling of eagerness to try the Supreme Tao stage. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage was only a stepping stone, a bridge. Qin Wushuang firmly believed that if he could shatter the void and enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, it would certainly be much easier to make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage. It was because his body and primordial spirit had been prepared for the Supreme Tao stage since the beginning after the baptism of the Supreme Tao light. In other words, the Supreme Tao stage was his designated destination. Only, he had finally arrived at this moment. Whoosh! Another 10 days had passed. Qin Wushuang opened his eyes and felt that the air on this island was truly refreshing. He had passed the second island like this. Up to this moment, Qin Wushuang had not even felt any real threat. Through the transportation platform, he had arrived at the third island. This time, the number of people who had been disqualified was in the double digits. Out of the original 74 people, 2 had been disqualified on the first island and 11 on the second island. In total, the third person had been disqualified. 61 people were left. Although a dozen people had been disqualified, overall, they had not suffered any serious injuries. In fact, the true competition for the core had yet to begin. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 688. The 3 islands in the first level could be said to be uneventful. Besides those contestants who appeared to be incompetent, all those who were slightly favored had advanced to the next level, which would be the 4th to the 6th islands. At this level, the difficulty would increase by a lot. According to the estimation of the organizer, at least 2/3 of the contestants would drop out at the second level. There would not be more than 25 contestants who could enter the third level, and the 3 islands in the third level, which would be the 7th to the 9th islands, would be the most tragic battlefield. It was highly possible that all the spots would be decided at this level. Qin Wushuang did not encounter any danger at the third island. In this 1 month, his understanding of training had increased a lot. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Qin Wushuang felt that this 1 month of comprehension would be extremely beneficial for his future training path. The time limit for the 3 islands in the second level was 20 days. In other words, it would take 2 months. At this level, all the contestants would do their own thing and were not allowed to attack each other. Therefore, it was peaceful between them and there were no abnormalities. Another 20 days had passed. All the powerhouses that did not participate in the competition had gathered next to the illusion Heavenly Lake. Each day, they would come with anticipation and worry. Of course, they were looking forward to the people of their own sect being invincible all the way to the last stop. And of course, they were worried about the people of their own sect being eliminated. Second Chief, today is the end of the 4th island. In the first 3 islands, more than 20 people were eliminated. This time, I estimate that the number of eliminated people will suddenly increase to about 40. Qin Hao asked with a smile. Qin Yunran nodded. From the 3rd to the 4th island, the level has changed. For sure, the difficulty will fluctuate greatly. Perhaps, there will be a lot of people escaping. For now, we don't need to worry about senior brother and junior brother Wushuang. Qin Jining was extremely confident. For the fourth island, he was not worried about Qin Taichong and Qin Wushuang. While they were talking, the eliminated disciples had already been sent back to the transportation platform. Each of them walked out dejectedly. Indeed, a dozen people had been eliminated from the fourth island. In total, 42 people had been eliminated from the 74 people. In other words, as soon as they passed the fourth floor, more than half of the contestants were eliminated. Haha, look, isn't that Yang Qi of the Heavenly Punishing Villa? Haha, and Lei Gun of the Sound of Thunder sect. Qin Hongyan's eyes were sharp as he laughed. This Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect are really useless. He was eliminated. Isn't that Xin Wufeng? He's also been eliminated. It's actually true. Qin Hao also saw it and shouted. He jeered, isn't the Heavenly Emperor Gate very arrogant? TSK, he was eliminated just like that. What a coward. Although Qin Jining felt relieved, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Inwardly, he thought that if junior brother Wushuang had not appeared and he had gone to participate, perhaps he would have been eliminated in this round. Xin Wufeng's talent and strength aren't inferior to mine. On the other side of the platform, the names of those who had been eliminated were constantly refreshed on a huge stone tablet. The names of those who were eliminated were all red. As for the names that were still inside, they were all green. All sects and clans raised their heads to look at that stone tablet. They wanted to see who were the 32 people left inside. There were a total of 37 sects and only 32 people were left inside. There was also one sect where 2 people were not eliminated. This way, it indirectly proved that some sects had been completely annihilated and 2 people had been eliminated. Among these 32 people, those who were from the same sect were clearly the most outstanding. Wow, there are 6 powerhouses and 2 of them are not eliminated. There are still 20 people that belong to 20 different powerhouses. Powerful. Just which 6 powerhouses are they? They must be the most powerful sects, right? There must be the Heavenly Mountain sect of the extreme North Snow Zone. Then there must be the Great Bright City of the Heavenly Fire Southern Border. The Coiled Dragon Clan of the Endless Eastern Sea should also have one. Each of these voices spoke with an abnormally determined tone. The Heavenly Emperor Gate of the Shen Yuan Mound should also be in the list, right? This voice appeared somewhat lacking in confidence. Indeed, as soon as he spoke these words, he was berated by the people next to him. Friend, it seems you don't have good eyesight. The Heavenly Emperor Shin clan has already eliminated one. Is that so? I didn't notice it a moment ago. If the Heavenly Emperor Gate can't do it, could it be there is no powerhouse in the Shen Yuan Mound that has not eliminated 2 people? How could there not be? The Shen Yuan Mound has 2 houses. What, 2 houses? Isn't that right? On the disqualified list, have you seen the disciples of the Qin clan and the Yun clan? I really haven't seen them. These people spoke one after another and pointed at them. All of them had an incredibly complicated mood. Some were feeling pity, some were feeling excited, some were rejoicing in others' misfortune, and some were wringing their wrists and sighing deeply. Qin Hongyang gave a long sigh. It seems the Yun clan is not bad. 2 people have not been disqualified. However, I still think highly of senior brother Taichong and junior brother Wushuang. Yes, that's for sure. I guess they will both enter the top 10. Qin Hao was also full of confidence. When he spoke these words, of course he could not refrain from encountering countless doubtful looks from the side. Qin Hao chuckled and did not feel guilty. He raised the corner of his mouth proudly and shot a glance at the Shin clan to show off his power. The ordeal of the 5th island had already started like a raging fire. All the candidates that had not been disqualified had already started to work hard for the top 10 spots on the 5th island. For the Qin clan, Qin Taichong was the most powerful. At this 5th island, he had suffered some losses. However, it was not too dangerous. Perhaps, Qin Wushuang was one of the few people that did not feel any pressure. It was because Qin Wushuang had already summoned the spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage to protect him. With 3 spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage, naturally Qin Wushuang did not need to worry too much. In these 20 days, he still immersed himself in training wholeheartedly. Shatter the void, have a miraculous form and soul, merge with the Tao. These 12 words were truly vivid and lifelike. Have a miraculous form and soul, merge with the Tao. Ha ha. Qin Wushuang remembered the first time he had witnessed the power of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. It was at the Crest Mountain when he met Mu Rong Chenji, his future father-in-law. He had completely ignored the rules of space and shattered the void. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before him to kill. Of course, this was not completely ignoring the rules of space. He had only used his powerful stage effectively to evade the rules of space ingeniously. He had even surpassed the rules of space. Just as Mu Rong Chenji had said, when a Supreme Tao elite warrior reached a certain level, they could surpass the rules. However, they could not create the rules. For an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage like Mu Rong Chenji, at most, he could only evade the rules skillfully. To surpass the rules, Mu Rong Chenji's strength was not enough. At least, one must be at the Supreme Tao stage to surpass the rules. It was as if the divine soul had not died and could surpass the rules of life and death. Qin Wushuang pondered. Indeed, this exquisite mysterious boundary stage and the Supreme Tao stage were inextricably linked. However, in terms of essence, there was still a fatal difference. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage could only be said to be on the path of the Supreme Tao. Those supreme divine skills and power possessed by the Supreme Tao stage, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage might not possess them. Now, I am at the perfect void martial stage. I need to comprehend the rules, open up a path between the heaven and earth, shatter the void, comprehend the rules of space and merge with the great Tao. Yes, that's it. Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception was greatly moved as if he had caught a trace of inspiration. Open up a path, shatter the void. Qin Wushuang raised his arm lightly and slashed with the center of his palm. Whoosh, like a cutting machine, a hand blade slashed out a miserable ripple mark in the void. No, this is not enough. Qin Wushuang shook his head. Another slash, it was still not enough. Qin Wushuang shook his head and opened his eyes widely as if he had caught a trace of inspiration. Yet, it did not seem to be accurate. He kept gesturing with his palm like a knife. After slashing thousands of times in the sky, Qin Wushuang always felt that there was a layer of barrier that he had not comprehended. What is it? There was a trace of doubt in Qin Wushuang's mind. He had a premonition that he might be able to break through this barrier, shatter the void, and truly enter that exquisite mysterious boundary stage. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage was a bridge, the path before the door of the Supreme Tao. Clearly, the difficulty of the fifth island was not small. However, compared to the large number of people who were eliminated on the fourth island, there were fewer people who were eliminated on the fifth island. After 20 days, only 7 people were eliminated due to various reasons. At this point, luck was extremely low. Strength began to take the main position. Regardless of the danger, those with strong strength could deal with it calmly. For those with weaker strength, they could not help but feel powerless under the sudden situation. They could only activate the transportation jade plate and get eliminated. After subtracting the 7 people who were eliminated on the fifth island, only 25 people remained from the 32. When they entered the sixth island, only 25 people remained. This time, among the 6 powerhouses with unbroken golden bodies, 2 of them had broken the golden body and 1 of them had been eliminated. This way, among the 25 people, only 4 sects had maintained 2 spots that had not been eliminated. They were the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan from the Shen Yuan Mound, the Heavenly Mountain sect from the extreme north snow zone, the Great Bright City from the Heavenly Fire southern border, and the Horned Dragon clan from the Endless Eastern Sea. Among the 6 major Daoist sects of the Illusion Heavenly Lake, there were no more sects with unbroken golden bodies. As for Yun Zhonghe from the Yun clan, he was unfortunately eliminated from this island. He had caused the Yun clan to break their golden body. Shong Yi of the Coiled Dragon clan had also been disqualified. However, Su Mi was abnormally firm as she continued to move forward. Shang Yi did not feel inferior. With his cultivation base and his foundation from the human countries, he was already very satisfied to be able to participate in such a grand event. Being eliminated this time could also stimulate him to work hard in the direction of becoming stronger. When Shang Yi learned that Qin Wushuang was still in the competition, he was also happy for Qin Wushuang. Besides Su Mi, he had another person to support. Currently, Qin Wushuang was already searching for his own training place on the 6th island. He knew that perhaps this was the last period of peaceful days for this ordeal. After passing the 6th island, it would be the 3rd level of the ordeal. After entering the 7th island, the candidates could attack each other. In that case, most likely it would be impossible to train in peace. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 689. These 20 days passed by peacefully. Of course, this peacefulness was only for Qin Wushuang. After all, with so many sealed spiritual beasts standing guard, those ferocious spiritual beasts on the island also knew their place and did not come to cause trouble. Even the ferocious spiritual beasts on the island bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, for those cultivators who did not have enough trump cards, the 6th island was a bitter and tearful experience. In this level, another 11 of the 25 contestants were disqualified. In other words, after the first 2 levels, 60 of the 74 people had been disqualified. Only 14 contestants were left to enter the 3rd level. This disqualification rate was truly astonishing. Since there were 14 contestants left, naturally the top 10 spots could not be decided temporarily. Therefore, the 60 people that were disqualified were destined to be the role of the Crown Prince. They had no chance with that reward. What made Qin Yunran feel gratified was that the Qin clan had become the only powerhouse with an unbroken golden body. In other words, at the 6th island, the other 3 powerhouses with an unbroken golden body all had contestants disqualified. Currently, among the 14 spots, only Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong came from the same sect. To the Qin clan, this was definitely good news. It was because according to the rules, after reaching the 7th island, contestants from the same sect could form an alliance. The people of the Qin clan on the outside cheered. Especially Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang, they were in high spirits. They had a feeling of elation as if they had turned the tables and become the master. However, Qin Jining was not as happy as they had imagined. He frowned slightly and looked at the final 14 people list with a somewhat solemn expression. Jining, what do you see? Qin Yunran asked with a smile. I want to see if there are any other powerhouses that have kept 2 spots, Qin Jining said honestly. Of course not, only our Qin clan. Ha ha. Qin Hao said happily and his tone was full of pride. He had completely forgotten the old matter of him and Qin Shaohong going to cause a dispute with Qin Wushuang. At this moment, regardless of Qin Hao or Qin Hongyang, they were abnormally proud. They were proud of Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong. Especially when they were surrounded by people looking at them with envious eyes, that sense of belonging and honor of their clan made them feel incredibly comfortable. Their entire bodies seemed to have become much lighter as if they were in the clouds. I do hope that there are other forces that can keep 2 spots. Qin Jining sighed and shook his head. Oh. Qin Yunran looked at Qin Jining with a faint smile. Although Qin Yunran liked excitement and liked Qin Taichong's forthright personality more, he was also very interested in Qin Jining, who was willing to use his brain. Jining, tell me, why did you say that? Qin Jining said, among the 14 spots, only senior brother Taichong and junior brother Wushuang came from the same sect. This is too outstanding. Unconsciously, the other powerhouses will view the Qin clan as an imaginary enemy. This way, senior brother Taichong and junior brother Wushuang would easily become the target of the other contestants. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. For such ordeal competition, if those contestants feel that the Qin clan is their greatest threat, certainly they will treat the Qin clan as the target. Everyone will form a form of mutual understanding and target senior brother and junior brother Wushuang unconsciously. This way, Although those people do not form an alliance, they will form a mutual understanding to deal with senior brother and junior brother Wushuang. Their situation will become even more difficult. As soon as he said these words, Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang were dumbstruck. They were all smart people and not stupid. Upon hearing Qin Jining's analysis, they could not help but nod. Clearly, they felt it was reasonable. Jining is right, those people will certainly do it. Hot topic, hot topic, hot topic, they will die. Qin Hao whispered. Pa. You jinx, how can you say that? Qin Hongyang said with dissatisfaction, I still believe senior brother and junior brother Wushuang. Even if those people form a mutual understanding, they cannot join hands without any grudges. Or else, they would be breaking the rules. As long as they use the strategy well and grasp the initiative, it's not impossible to achieve a breakthrough. Second chief, don't you think so? Qin Yunran laughed. Let's just wait and see. Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang looked at Qin Yunran curiously. Second chief, how come you are not worried at all? Qin Yunran laughed. It's already a great success for them to both enter the third-level ordeal island. Even if they encounter any accidents, I will not blame them. If they are truly defeated under the situation Jining mentioned, it's an honorable defeat, isn't it? Yes. Let's see if they dare to be so shameless. Qin Hao said angrily. Qin Jining gave a slight sigh. I only hope senior brother and junior brother Wushuang can recognize this point clearly. If they are mentally prepared, with the size of the island, they can do something. Two people will always be safer than one person. On the transportation platform of the sixth island, 14 pairs of eyes sized each other up with alertness. Clearly, at this point, they were all core competitors. When they arrived at the next island, it would not be the same as before. Instead, they would face cruel battles and battles. The competition between each other would be even more vicious and they would use all sorts of methods. Therefore, when they looked at each other, there were more alertness in their eyes and less friendliness. Qin Wushuang remained calm and collected. His eyelids drooped as if he was meditating. He also did not talk to Qin Taichong. If he were to talk to Qin Taichong now, he would attract attention. Most importantly, this transportation formation would transport them randomly. They would not be transported to the same location in the beginning. Therefore, it would be useless to say anything now. When the transportation formation was activated, with a flash of light, 14 figures formed into 14 meteoric lights and shot into the island 10,000 miles away. The surface area of this island would not lose to that 10,000 flower valley. As soon as Qin Wushuang dropped into the island, he immediately swept away the casual and calm appearance of the previous 6 islands. On the contrary, he was like a leopard as his eyes were filled with a form of wild desire. He knew that it was time for him to get serious. When he arrived at the 7th island, it would not work to play it safe. It was because even if you did not offend others, others would offend you. No opponent would watch you pass the trial safely. If you let your opponent pass, you would be irresponsible to yourself. The communication jade plate was definitely not allowed to be used here. Otherwise, it would be encouraging the formation of cliques. Therefore, Qin Wushuang could not contact Qin Taichong through the communication jade plate. However, even though the communication jade plate could not be used, it did not mean that Qin Wushuang had no way to contact Qin Taichong. On the contrary, he had a unique treasure, the observant finger jade plate. When the jade plate was activated, Qin Wushuang realized that Qin Taichong was at least 3,000 miles away from him. However, Qin Wushuang was not worried. As long as nothing happened before he met Qin Taichong, he was confident that he could join hands with senior Taichong to pass through this 7th island. The island of the 3rd level had an upper limit of 30 days. Qin Wushuang was not distracted as he observed the movement of the jade plate. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and flew towards the direction of Qin Taichong. Although the prohibition formation on the island was powerful, it did not restrict flying. When Qin Wushuang activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings, his speed was still magnificent and impressive. However, Qin Wushuang did not exert all his efforts. On the contrary, he needed to be on guard against the schemes from all parties at all times. Under such situation, Qin Wushuang was not an idiot. He could also think of the things that Qin Jining had thought of. Therefore, the most urgent matter was to regroup with senior brother Qin Taichong. As long as the two of them regrouped, regardless of the difficult situation, Qin Wushuang would have the confidence to deal with it. His greatest trump card was the observant finger jade plate and the sealed divine beast. However, for these trump cards, Qin Wushuang did not plan to use them all at once. Breaking through the seventh island was not Qin Wushuang's final goal. Clearly, it would not be wise to use all his trump cards at once. Near a precipitous canyon, a devilish man dressed in green from head to toe was lying in ambush among the green thickets. He looked down with a devilish gaze. Humph, that giant man in grey is Qin Taichong of the Qin clan. 2 people from the Qin clan have entered the seventh island. This is not a good thing. Let me, Xiao Lu, serve everyone for free. This devilish man was called Xiao Lu and came from a powerhouse at the Heavenly Fire southern border. He excelled at transformation and concealment and was an elite warrior of the half-beast human clan. This Xiao Lu excelled at using the terrain and his own transformation ability to ambush the enemy. Now, he locked the target of his ambush onto Qin Taichong. Clearly, it was also because he realized that the 2 spots from the Qin clan would become the biggest stumbling block for him to aim for the championship. Therefore, he must create a fair environment. At least, he must let the 2 spots from the Qin clan become one. In that case, he would feel more at ease. Or else, the advantage of having more people would always be the biggest hidden danger. Currently, Qin Taichong was walking in the valley. He did not possess any special skills in terms of body movements. Therefore, he did not bother to use those concealment methods. Qin Taichong's forte was head-on combat. It was high-intensity resistance and actual combat ability. It was impossible for him to abandon his forte and learn from others. However, at this moment, he was also thinking that it would be better if he could regroup with junior brother Wushuang. Therefore, he did not conceal his presence. Clearly, he also wanted to attract Qin Wushuang to regroup with him. At the same time, he also searched around with his spiritual perception in hopes of sensing Qin Wushuang's presence. Suddenly, the root of Qin Taichong's ears moved. Like an arrow, he retreated backwards abruptly. As if stepping on the Big Dipper, his feet glided out. He waved the giant sword from his hand in the air and sealed it before his chest. With a flash of green light, a powerful defensive wall blocked a ball of green air. When that ball of green air clashed with his sword aura, instantly it dispersed and filled the sky. Who is it? Qin Taichong gave a loud shout and placed the giant sword horizontally in the sky with an imposing manner. For a time, like a god descending to the mortal world, he swept across all directions with a gaze as deep as lightning. There was no sound in the surroundings. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation under Qin Taichong's feet. Countless long vine-like tentacles actually spread out from the bushes in all directions. They kept wrapping around his feet and kept locking the space where he was standing. Devilish things! Qin Taichong gave a violent shout and waved the giant sword from his hand madly. With continuous sword aura, a dozen long vines were broken into pieces inch by inch and danced in the sky. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 690. Being the undisputed number 1 person of the Qin clan for many years, Qin Taichong's strength was indeed impressive. Although he was slightly inferior to Xin Wuji, he was still an elite warrior of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Plus, with his majestic combat power, he could often draw in that ball of awe-inspiring righteousness. Once he entered a state of battle, his combat power would explode with astonishing methods. Therefore, even for the proud Xin Wuji in the past, he must view Qin Taichong as his greatest potential threat among the Heavenly Emperor 8-Gate. Only, Qin Taichong's strong points lay in head-on attacks and valiant combat power. His weakness was due to this outstanding advantage. In the end, he was slightly inferior in terms of scheming. That Xiao LV was scheming. In fact, he had calculated each step of the mechanism. After Qin Taichong blocked the first 2 attacks, the third wave came again. Suddenly, the trees in all directions seemed to have moved and kept crashing towards Qin Taichong's direction. Inwardly, Qin Taichong felt apprehensive. What kind of sorcery is this? However, in the end, Qin Taichong was an awe-inspiring person. He swept with the giant sword and roared, "Open for me." Bursts of sword lights sounded like the howling of the wind demon or the sorrowful roar of an angry dragon. Under the green lights, those trees kept cutting into two sections. Among the countless trees, Xiao Lv's figure was hidden inside the trunk of one of the trees. He held a dark green dagger in his hand. On top of the dagger, there was a gloomy green poisonous light. Go! Like a poisonous snake, countless long vines kept entangling Qin Taichong. Xiao Lv waved that green dagger casually and it transformed into the shape of a long vine. Mixed among the countless long vines, it did not have any place that stood out. Qin Taichong was in dire straits. The long vines from all directions kept increasing. The long vine transformed by the dagger just happened to entangle his ribs, the part that was the hardest to defend. Qin Taichong had no idea that among these long vines, there was a poisonous blade that was enough to take his life. Xiao Lv laughed. He was also an expert. How could he not see that Qin Taichong did not even realize this blade attack, not to mention evading it? Ha ha! What? Before the smile on the corner of Xiao Lv's mouth could expand, all of a sudden, he opened his eyes widely. From the sky, a burst of meteoric light shot down. With a flash of earthy yellow light, it fell on Qin Taichong's waist. Clang! With a crisp sound of collision, the green dagger collided with the earthen yellow light, and both of them returned to their original forms. The dagger was still a dagger, but the divine Dao shield had turned back into a divine Dao shield. Senior Taichong, grab the whip. Qin Wushuang whizzed past and grabbed the supreme Dao shield with one arm. With a swing of his right hand, the soul of the Fury Dragon was shot towards Qin Taichong. Junior brother Wushuang? When Qin Taichong saw Qin Wushuang, he grabbed the whip without thinking. With a kick of his feet, he had already jumped out of the attacking circle. Qin Wushuang's figure also flew backwards and landed in front of Qin Taichong. He stared at a big tree and said coldly, "Come out, the guy who stabbed me in the back." Qin Taichong's gaze locked onto the trunk of that big tree. He roared angrily, "Ignorant man, do you dare to fight me face to face?" While he was talking, he shook his arms and slashed 3 times in a row. Drawing in the sky, 3 giant sword blade shapes slashed towards that big tree trunk. Xiao Lu almost thought he had succeeded in his sneak attack on Qin Taichong. Unexpectedly, a calamity had suddenly appeared. He immediately used the wood attribute escape technique to flee towards the forest in the distance. When Qin Taichong was about to give chase, Qin Wushuang called out to stop him, "Senior brother, don't be in a rush." Before Qin Wushuang's voice had dropped, suddenly a miserable cry came from afar. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's voice sounded extremely painful. You plotted against me?" A cold voice said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, activate the transportation jade plate and get out immediately. If you don't get the antidote from my sect within 24 hours, you are dead for sure." Xiao Lu said miserably, "You are ruthless. How would I know which sect you are from?" That person gave a cold sneer. "You want to trick me? After you get out, naturally my fellow disciples will see your injuries. Are you going to get out or not?" It was too late for Xiao Lu to regret, yet he could do nothing. Inwardly, he was filled with regret. If he had not been possessed to deal with Qin Taichong, how could he have fallen into this trap? When it came to using poison, who was Xiao Lu afraid of? However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While Xiao Lu was concerned about Qin Taichong, he did not expect that other people would also be concerned about him. In this ordeal island, they were all opponents. They did not promise that they would not make a move against Xiao Lu. Therefore, the first person to be disqualified on the 7th island was Xiao Lu, who excelled in using poison to ambush. Qin Wushuang glared at that direction and was stunned. Qin Wushuang sent his voice to him, "Senior brother, let's go." Qin Taichong nodded and left with Qin Wushuang in quick steps. "Junior brother Wushuang, hold on." When Qin Taichong saw Qin Wushuang walking around aimlessly, he could not help but feel somewhat confused. He called out to Qin Wushuang. Senior brother Taichong, what's wrong? Qin Wushuang stopped his footsteps. Where are we going? Qin Taichong was somewhat confused. Besides, if we walk around aimlessly, it's easy to get ambushed. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, Senior brother, please trust me and follow me. I promise we will not get ambushed. Oh! Qin Taichong laughed. Junior brother Wushuang, you are this sure? Senior brother, if I am not sure, how could I find you? Qin Wushuang also laughed. Don't worry, now besides Xiao Lu who left here, there are 11 other people. The closest one is about 500 miles away from us. This place is absolutely safe. Of course, the unstable factors on the island are not included in the calculation. When Qin Taichong saw him speaking as if he was serious, he rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, Junior brother Wushuang, it's all thanks to you. Or else, I would have become the first person to be disqualified on the 7th island. Senior brother, this is the rule. We can form an alliance between people from the same sect, this is our advantage. Don't say it's a loss. Qin Taichong laughed. That's right, Wushuang, this time only the two of us are from the same sect. There are advantages and disadvantages. When I saw that Xiao Lu fixed his eyes on me, the others should also have the same mutual understanding. Certainly they would not allow the Qin clan to have too obvious of an advantage. Qin Wushuang cast away his mouth and said with a light smile, this is human nature. However, senior brother, on this island, it's hard to say who is the hunter and who is the prey. Qin Taichong raised his thick eyebrow and revealed a surprised and joyful expression. Junior brother Wushuang, could it be you have some plans? Qin Wushuang raised the corner of his mouth and also revealed a calm and confident smile. Senior brother, since the situation has allowed the two of us to enter this final battle, regardless, we must use all our efforts to get a ranking. My goal is for both of us to make it to the top 4. If it's possible, we will take that championship in one go. Qin Taichong was overjoyed. A rich desire to compete shot out from his pair of big eyes and increased his vigor dramatically. Junior brother Wushuang, how do we implement it exactly? Qin Taichong asked emotionally. Qin Wushuang revealed a mysterious smile. For now, let's not do anything. Let them kill each other. Let's see how many people will enter the next island after the 7th island. Do nothing. Qin Taichong could not understand. Since we are going to be hunters, why should we do nothing? Could it be we are waiting for them to hunt us? Senior brother, they cannot get close to us. Qin Wushuang said with a card up his sleeve. The true hunter will step out at the end. We are not hunting for the opponents, but the championship. When he said this, Qin Wushuang's eyes were full of confidence. That's right, the championship. 2 supreme Dao fruits, 1 set of armor, and 1 supreme Dao weapon. Additionally, he would help senior brother Taichong to make a dash for the top 4. He must unleash the advantage of the two of them working together to the extreme. Not only could he let senior brother Taichong enter the top 4, he must win with dignity and beauty. To put it bluntly, Qin Wushuang's strategy was to watch the tigers fight from a distance. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. Of course, to ensure that Qin Wushuang could implement this strategy, the prerequisite was the observant finger jade plate. Without this miraculous treasure, it would be impossible for Qin Wushuang to watch the tigers fight from a distance. If he could not lock onto the position of the enemy, he would not know when the next crisis would appear. Each of the opponents that were able to reach this step possessed consummate skills. None of them were just there to make up the numbers. Once the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, no one could guarantee that he would be fine if he was ambushed. Therefore, the observant finger jade plate was the key. One must say that Qin Wushuang's strategy was extremely intelligent and practical. Initially, Qin Taichong felt somewhat confused. Yet after 10 days or half a month, Qin Taichong realized that indeed, this junior brother Wushuang was full of surprises. One after another, people were disqualified, yet they were safe and sound. It was as if the entire battle situation had nothing to do with them. 30 days had passed. The Battle of the 7th Island had also announced the end. Although this pass was cruel, bloody, and full of scheming, Only 4 people were truly disqualified. All of them were eliminated by their competitors. In other words, none of the candidates were disqualified by the dangers inside the island. A total of 10 people were left. In other words, the 10 people that entered the 8th island would be the 10 candidates that would receive rewards. Regardless of the final ranking, these 10 people would receive rewards. The Qin clan was still enchanting. Among the 10 spots, 2 of them were from the Qin clan. Naturally, this became the topic that everyone took delight in talking about. In the following battles, the 2 people from the same sect held too great of an advantage. Now, there were already some voices guessing in secret whether or not the Qin clan would monopolize the 1st and 2nd place. Although such voices were not active, they had already begun to show signs of it. However, those sects that possessed truly exceptional geniuses did not consider it to be the case. They were incredibly confident in their disciples. They all felt that the championship would belong to none other than their own sect. The 5 totem elite warriors were also discussing this pageant in a certain area. Chief Snow Cicada was the first to speak. Shen Yuan Daoist friend, this heavenly emperor Qin clan is truly surprising. Just what is going on with this Qin Wushuang? Where did he come from? These people truly did not know the background of Qin Wushuang. After all, Qin Wushuang had only stepped onto the path of martial arts for a short period of time. Another totem elite warrior gave a long sigh. The most terrifying part is that from beginning to end, this Qin Wushuang did not make a move. It was as if this battle was unrelated to him. Brother BA, it seems that most likely the championship will be taken away by people of the Shen Yuan Mound. Shen Yuan BA chuckled. Don't say it this way. Regardless of Qin Wushuang or Qin Taichong, their strength is not as good as those 4 exceptional geniuses. To speak the truth, I am truly surprised that Xin Wuji is dead. Initially, Xin Wuji should have competed for the championship with those 4 exceptional geniuses. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. They activated the transportation formation and entered the 8th island. Each time after the transportation, Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong must not be separated temporarily. This was also the most probable period of vacuum in their alliance. Qin Wushuang took out the observant finger jade plate and started to lock onto Qin Taichong's position skillfully. At this moment, suddenly his complexion changed. April, I finally finished it. Ha, so comfortable. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 691. Through the observant finger jade plate, he could clearly see that there were 3 people less than 100 miles away from him. Besides, these 3 people seemed to have formed a tacit understanding as they approached Qin Wushuang's direction. They formed a T-shaped formation and appeared to be surrounding him. The teleportation array's teleportation was random. How could these 3 people be so coincidentally close to him? Could it be they had formed some kind of mutual understanding? Qin Wushuang was incredibly meticulous. When he saw such abnormal situation, inwardly, he was already on guard. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to challenge these 3 people. He revealed a slight smile and urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings to lock onto Qin Taichong's position. Then, he flew over quickly. At the same time, he paid attention to the position of those 3 people from the observant finger jade plate. Sure enough, the positions of those 3 people moved as he moved. Qin Wushuang twitched the corner of his mouth as he laughed inwardly. It seems that the observant finger jade plate is not an exclusive method. Initially, Xin Wuji was able to lock onto my position. Among these opponents, there are a few that are on par with Xin Wuji. Since Xin Wuji has that skill, it's not strange that these people can lock onto my position. Qin Wushuang was not a newbie that had just stepped onto the path of martial arts. After some slight thinking, he guessed some clues. These potential opponents must have viewed the Qin clan as their greatest opponent. Therefore, they had formed such mutual understanding to surround and attack them. It seems that the intention of these opponents was clear. They wanted to kick the Qin clan away in this pass. It was not strange. Since the Qin clan had 2 people, Naturally, they were viewed as the most popular candidates to win the championship. Naturally, the most popular candidates would easily arouse a common enemy. This time, Qin Wushuang had learned his lesson. It was because previously, Qin Wushuang had told him not to wander around when he arrived at the 8th island. He was to find a safe place to wait. Therefore, Qin Taichong did not wander around. He found a relatively safe place and waited quietly for the arrival of Qin Wushuang. While flying in the middle of the air, Qin Wushuang did not forget to look at the observant finger jade plate at all times. Before entering the 8th island, Qin Wushuang had already collected the spiritual perception and presence of all opponents. Therefore, all the opponents could be clearly displayed on the observant finger jade disc. Especially the 3 people from before, they still chased after him relentlessly. Because of their positions, one of them was only 100 miles away from him. As for the other 2, he shook them off. A distance of 100 li? Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Since he was alone, he might as well make a deal here. These 3 fellows wanted to make a move on me, so I'll start with him first. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang took out the sealed scroll. Now at the top 10 battlefield, naturally Qin Wushuang would not summon those spiritual beasts at the void martial stage. Instead, he summoned the 4 spiritual beasts at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Qin Wushuang knew that no matter how strong the other party was, the most they could do was lock onto Qin Wushuang's position. It was impossible for them to lock onto the sealed spirit beast. This was because the sealed spirit beast had always been sealed and had never come out. On this battlefield, the sealed spirit beast and the observant finger jade disc were Qin Wushuang's 2 greatest weapons. Only by unleashing these 2 greatest weapons to the extreme would he have the hope to aim for the final crown. After all, initially it was already difficult to deal with Xin Wuji. On this battlefield, there were 3 or 4 people that were on par with Xin Wuji. Qin Wushuang dropped from the cloud and sat down among the grass and trees next to a small stream. That opponent did not conceal himself as he scuttled towards him at an incomparable speed. Qin Wushuang felt somewhat strange. If this person wanted to deal with him, this formation was too powerful. Could it be he had the certainty to win? Or else, at the very least, he should hide his tracks. Qin Wushuang was extremely puzzled. However, since the other party was acting this way, he could not pretend to be ignorant. He stood up directly and said lightly, "Who is it?" Something unexpected happened to Qin Wushuang. From the forest before him, a figure flashed out and let out a straightforward laugh. "Junior brother Wushuang, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The person that had come was Qin Taichong. Indeed, it was Qin Taichong. He carried a broadsword and walked over in large strides. In between his brows, a forthright smile was also filled. It was clearly Qin Taichong's style. Qin Wushuang also smiled. "Senior brother Taichong, indeed it's you. I thought it was some blind guy who wanted to sneak an attack on me. There was no need to be this brazen. Ha ha, it's because they did not have eyes to sneak an attack on junior brother Wushuang. By the way, junior brother Wushuang, since we have arrived at this 8th island, we should make a move to hunt, right? I know where 2 guys are hiding. Humph, they think they are well hidden. However, on this island, how could there be an absolutely hidden place?" Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. "Where?" Qin Taichong laughed. "One of them is in a mountain cave in the northwest direction, and the other one seems to be in the underground abyss. Junior brother Wushuang, which one should we hit first? Which one do you think is suitable, senior brother Taichong?" Qin Taichong was stunned and then laughed. "That mountain cave is the most suitable for besieging. I think it's better to hit the first one." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Then let's hit the first one." "Okay, follow me," Qin Taichong called out. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "Senior brother, hold on." Qin Taichong was stunned as he turned around. "Junior brother Wushuang, what's wrong?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "A moment ago on the way, I discovered a fruit with rich spiritual qi. I would like to ask you to appraise it and see if it's a supreme Dao fruit. There should not be any supreme Dao fruit on this island, right?" "Supreme Dao fruit?" Qin Taichong's brows moved and he immediately became interested. "Where is it? Let me see." This island is a forbidden place of the illusion heavenly lake, perhaps there are supreme Dao fruits. Qin Wushuang held out his palm and a sparkling and translucent fruit as white as jade glittered in the center of his palm. It emitted resplendent and dazzling lights. Senior brother, come take a look, I feel its presence is rich. Immediately, Qin Taichung's eyes became blurred. He narrowed his eyes into a line and shot out a form of fanatical look. Yes, I dare to bet that this must be the supreme Dao fruit. Junior brother Wushuang, do you mind letting me take a look? Qin Wushuang waved his hand and said with a smile, Senior brother, aren't you treating me as an outsider by saying these words? Come take a look. Qin Taichung did not hold back as he walked over in large strides. Qin Wushuang flipped his palm and handed over that supreme Dao fruit. Qin Wushuang extended his hand to take it. At this moment, Qin Wushuang suddenly flipped his palm and that supreme Dao fruit burrowed into his storage ring with a burst of white light. Qin Taichung's expression changed and suddenly, he felt a burst of slight numbness from the center of his palm. Next, this wave of numbness immediately spread throughout his entire body. Qin Wushuang's body moved like lightning and had already retreated 60 meters away. A faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Taichung? I must admit that your disguise is very successful. The expression of that senior brother Taichung changed drastically and sweat could not help but emerge from his forehead. When he urged his dantian, he realized that his dantian could not be lifted. He urged it 3 times in a row and still, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not lift any spiritual qi at all. From the eyes that looked at Qin Wushuang, there was an obvious trace of fear. This is the poison of the 7 insects and 7 flowers ointment. The formula for the antidote is here. Qin Wushuang raised his hand and shot a paper ball over. That person caught it and opened it to look in an embarrassed state. Cold sweat could not help but emerge from his forehead. Follow this formula to make the antidote and you will be fine. However, you must seize the time. If you pass the time limit, perhaps your dantian will be ruined. Qin Wushuang was not speaking alarmist words to scare him. The 7 insects and 7 flowers ointment was only one type of divine venomous poison. Its toxicity was not overbearing, yet it could make one lose all their power. Unless it was an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao stage who had a layer of Supreme Dao protection wall near their dantian, they could protect their dantian from being invaded. Unfortunately, among all the participants, there was not a single elite warrior of the Supreme Dao. The strongest one was at the peak of the common mysterious stage like Xin Wuji. That person's face was ashen. Although he was unreconciled, the corner of his mouth could not help but squirm. In the end, he gave a helpless sigh. All right, this time it's my loss. Qin Wushuang, you are good. However, I want to know, how did you see through my disguise? And how did you know I was here? Qin Wushuang asked back. That person realized the light and hit his head. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I am so stupid. Since I can use the tracking talisman to lock onto your position, you can also use the same method to lock onto each other's position. It seems that Qin Taichung is not in this area at all. Qin Wushuang chuckled. All right, there is not much time left. Hurry up. That person gave a long sigh. Qin Wushuang, when the outside world said you killed Xin Wuji, I did not really believe it. Now it seems that Xin Wuji did not die unjustly at your hands. I am from the great bright city of the heavenly fire southern border. If there is a chance, come to the great bright city as a guest. Qin Wushuang laughed. If there is a chance, of course I will pay a visit. Now, that person had walked out from the shadow of failure. He laughed. Don't worry, I am not that stingy. If you come to the great bright city, find me directly. Until we meet again, Qin Wushuang. You must win the championship. Otherwise, I, Zhu Mingbao, will feel ashamed. Ha ha ha. After he had finished speaking, Zhu Yunyang initiated the transportation jade plate. A burst of transportation divine light had sent him out of the 8th island directly. Zhu Yunyang had become the first person to be disqualified among these 10 people. Naturally, the 10th place had been determined. For this battle, Qin Wushuang had defeated Zhu Yunyang with his wits without shedding any blood. He felt incredibly lucky. This Zhu Yunyang was one of the 3 or 4 absolute elite warriors that stood shoulder to shoulder with Xin Wuji. He was also a popular figure to win the championship. If Qin Wushuang had not beat him at his own game, he would have had to make a big fuss to deal with this Zhu Yunyang. Qin Wushuang thought and said, "This Zhu Yunyang excels at transformation. I can indeed change into his appearance. The heart illusion mask can easily do this. However, since this Zhu Yunyang can use the tracking talisman, it's not impossible for others to do the same. Therefore, this disguise strategy would not work." The tracking talisman was only a method used by the enemy in the dark. After Qin Wushuang had learned about it, he could have used his own presence to dissolve the talisman power of this tracking talisman. However, he did not plan to do so. It was because he felt that if this tracking talisman continued to work on him, he could continue to use it as bait. It would be extremely worthwhile. Recommended a new book, my good friend Dark Mountain Clouds and Rain's latest masterpiece Mysterious Sky Evil God. Just by looking at this name, I can guess how perverted this person is. This guy always claims to be between A and C. I don't know what's in the middle. However, this guy's new book is awesome. I only read a few chapters and fell in love with it. Besides, this guy is rushing to the new book list this week. Everyone, go support him, ha ha ha. Yep, there's a direct link on the page. You can go there directly. I'll leave it to you, everyone. Chapter 692. After eliminating Zhu Yunyang, Qin Wushuang was not too complacent. He knew that eliminating Zhu Yunyang was just a case. In the future battles, the same thing would not happen twice. The question now is, do the others know that Zhu Yunyang has been eliminated? Qin Wushuang pondered, if the others know that I eliminated Zhu Yunyang, they will definitely be more vigilant against me. Generally speaking, when a contestant is eliminated, as long as no one witnessed it with their own eyes and spread the news, the others will not know. Unless, they also used a tracking talisman on Zhu Yunyang and discovered that Zhu Yunyang's aura had disappeared. Only then would they know that Zhu Yunyang has been eliminated. Qin Wushuang was deducing the situation. However, he felt that since Zhu Yunyang knew how to use a tracking talisman, with his strength, he would definitely not let others use a tracking talisman on him. Even if someone used it, Zhu Yunyang could use his own spiritual power to refine the effect of the tracking talisman. After all, an expert at his level would definitely not be willing to be watched by others. When Qin Wushuang thought of this, he already had a rough guess in his heart. If Zhu Yunyang was not being watched, then the other contestants would not know that he was eliminated. In this way, there would be no problem of alerting the enemy. If I refine the effect of the tracking talisman, it will alert the enemy and make them be more vigilant. In this way, I will not be able to beat them at their own game and lure them to take the bait. After having an idea, Qin Wushuang quickly ran towards Qin Taichung's direction. After wasting so much time on Zhu Yunyang, Qin Wushuang was actually worried. If senior brother Qin Taichung was targeted by an expert at Zhu Yunyang's level during this period of time, then the situation would not be good. In the final 10-people finals, except for Qin Wushuang, there were 4 others who were absolutely stronger than Qin Taichung. The remaining 4 were roughly equal to Qin Taichung's strength. Without considering dirty tricks, the probability of winning was 50-50. Looking at the observant finger jade plate, it showed that Qin Taichung's situation was temporarily safe. The person closest to him was at least 300 miles away. Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze on the observant finger jade plate. It was because he realized that in this short period of time, the observant finger jade plate showed that another participant had been disqualified. The one who was eliminated was an outstanding disciple of the illusion Heavenly Lakes Songyang Dojo. And the one who attacked him was the absolute powerhouse of the Tianshan sect in the extreme North Snow region, Ling Tianji. This Ling Tianji was also an elite warrior with absolute strength. He was at the same level as Xin Wuji. Only, this person's style was even more arrogant than Xin Wuji's. Amidst Xin Wuji's domineering arrogance, there were some traces of treachery. On the other hand, this Ling Tianji was full of domineering arrogance. However, being overbearing did not mean that this Ling Tianji was brainless. On the contrary, in terms of intelligence, this Ling Tianji was not the slightest bit weak. Only, compared to Xin Wuji's treachery, this Ling Tianji more or less had some principles. Such an opponent was not as difficult to deal with as Xin Wuji. As Ling Tianji made his move, the second person to be eliminated appeared. Naturally, the 9th place was decided. The remaining 8 continued to fight. I can see that this Ling Tianji should have started to make a move against those 5 relatively weaker opponents. I must say that Ling Tianji's strategy is extremely correct. It's because after getting rid of those 5 relatively weaker ones, the remaining 5 can lock in the top 5. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang laughed secretly. Rather, he hoped this Ling Tianji would work harder. Upon entering the 8th island, the strength was roughly divided into 2 levels. For Ling Tianji and Zhu Yunyang, there were 4 people who were on par with Xin Wuji. Plus Qin Wushuang, they formed the first level. Qin Taichong and the other 4 people on par with him formed the second level. The number of people in each level was 5. Now, 2 of them were eliminated. However, one of them was in the first level and the second level. In other words, among the remaining 8 contestants, there were only 4 people left in the first and second level. The situation was becoming more interesting. With a whoosh, Qin Wushuang's figure already dropped on the open space before Qin Taichong. When Qin Taichong saw Qin Wushuang, he said with great joy, "Junior brother Wushuang, you are here." "Ha ha, senior brother, a guy pretended to be you a moment ago and I kicked him out. Therefore, I am 1 step late. By the way, is the situation on your side stable?" Qin Taichong scratched his head and said with a simple and honest smile, "I thought everyone had forgotten about me. It's strange that no one has made a move against me. Senior brother, 2 people have already been eliminated. Now, we have locked in the top 8. Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Qin Taichong roared with laughter. "Good, without doing anything, we have locked in the top 8. By the way, junior brother Wushuang, at this 8th island, are we still going to do nothing?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. "No, not for now. We will talk about it when the time is right." "Time is right." Qin Taichong blinked his eyes and was somewhat confused. "Senior brother, perhaps they have cast a tracking talisman on you and me. Therefore, now we don't need to do anything and just wait for them to come to our door." "Tracking talisman?" Qin Taichong revealed a shocked face. "Then let's hurry and refine it. I heard that this tracking talisman is incredibly difficult to craft." "Someone actually used it. Those guys are as difficult to deal with as Xin Wuji. It's not strange to have a tracking talisman. However, we don't need to refine it. If we do, we will beat the grass to scare the snake. We must pretend that we know nothing and lure them to take the bait." Qin Wushuang's smile was full of confidence and full of infectious power. Qin Taichong nodded and said straightforwardly, "All right, then I will listen to you. Senior brother Taichong, that Ling Tianji has already started to hunt. If I've guessed correctly, certainly a few people will be kicked out by him at this 8th island. Now, he is not going to touch a few opponents of equal strength. Instead, he is in charge of cleaning up opponents that are slightly weaker than him." Qin Taichong laughed. "That's not a rush, I calculated. Among the last 10 people, there are 5 people like Ling Tianji who are at the first level, including you. There are also 5 people with my strength. When Ling Tianji makes his move, he should be making a move against the 5 people at my level. However, he certainly knows about our alliance. Therefore, even if he is to make a move, I will be the last one on the list." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Senior brother, don't worry. It's because Ling Tianji is smart that he is not coming. If he comes to you first, he can only blame himself for not having eyes. When we join hands, we will make him come in high spirits and return in disappointment." In these days, Qin Taichong had gone through the levels with Qin Wushuang. He had gained a much deeper understanding of Qin Wushuang. The more he felt that indeed, this new junior brother of his was full of surprises. He gave people a form of unfathomable feeling, like the sea that could not be measured with a pint pot. Qin Wushuang looked around and laughed. "Senior brother, this is a good place. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you and I go into solitary training? Training. Although Qin Taichong was considered to be a rather careless person, it would not be easy for him to calm down and cultivate in such a situation where there was danger at all times. Yes, senior brother, I have a premonition that the 9th island will be our main battlefield. Perhaps, the true champion will only be determined at the 10th island. 30 days of time could not be said to be long, but it was not short either. On the 6th day, the third person to be disqualified appeared. It was a candidate from the endless Eastern Sea. Similarly, he was kicked out by Ling Tianji. This person had seized the 8th place. On the 13th day, the fourth person to be disqualified appeared. He was also kicked out by Ling Tianji. This person was Yun Zhongye from the Shen Yuan Mound Yun clan. This way, Yun Zhongye's final ranking was the 7th. This way, among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates of the Shen Yuan Mound, only 2 people from the Qin clan were left. Of course, this was already an incredible result. It was because up to this point, only 6 people were left. Even if the next one were to be disqualified, he would still be at the level of the top 6. Currently, outside the Illusion Heavenly Lake, martial artists from all over the world were paying more attention to the changing rankings. Following Yun Zhongye's disqualification, the Yun clan had achieved remarkable results. At least, ranking 7th had surpassed their initial expectations. This result was already outstanding and more dazzling than the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan. However, before the pearls of the Qin clan, Yun Zhongye's result did not appear to be worthy of boasting. The Qin clan is truly strong. Among the top 6, there are 2 disciples of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates mostly gathered together. Now, they were also engaged in spirited discussions. Besides the Shin clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect that held prejudice against the Qin clan, the other sects did not hold much malice towards the Qin clan. When they saw the Qin clan performing well, of course they felt proud as they were also part of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. When the competition had developed to this critical point, they were not only competing for rewards, but also for a sense of honor. Among the 5 forbidden spiritual zones, more or less, they would have some competitive spirit. They all felt that the forbidden spiritual zone they were in was the strongest powerhouse in the Tianxian land. Therefore, such ordeal competition was the best way for them to compete with each other. Because of this, besides the sworn enemies of the Qin clan, even disciples of the Yun clan were not stingy with their splendid applause for the Qin clan. This time, the Qin clan is in the limelight. I wonder if they can win the championship in the end. That's not impossible. With 2 disciples forming an alliance, to other opponents, they will have the advantage of numbers. I think it will be difficult. At the end of the ordeal, the remaining are all elite warriors. Although Qin Taichong is powerful, compared to those top ones, there is still a gap. What do you know? The Qin clan is strong not only because of Qin Taichong. The newly emerged Qin Wushuang is the strongest warrior of the Qin clan. These people were not idiots, yet they would not speak about how Qin Wushuang had killed Shin Wuji directly. After all, the disciples of the Shin clan were also present. Each of the disciples of the Shin clan pulled a long face and their expression was as ugly as it could get. At this moment, suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Look, another person has been disqualified." For the Shin clan, they immediately looked towards the direction of the transportation platform. Inwardly, they kept praying, "It must be the Qin clan, it must be the Qin clan." Without a doubt, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect had the same thought. The better the result of the Qin clan, the more they would lose their face. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 693. This time, the one that got disqualified was an elite warrior from the Heavenly Fire southern border. He was also on the same level as Qin Taichong. Naturally, this person had become the 6th. When they saw that the one that got disqualified was not from the Qin clan, each of the Shin clan's faces turned red. Shin Tianchen felt as if his heart was dripping blood as he thought viciously, for such a monstrous figure to suddenly emerge from the Qin clan, it's not good to let him develop at such speed. Now, only 5 people are left. Regardless, the Qin clan can at least get a spot in the top 4. Once they get a spot in the top 4, they will receive a supreme Dao fruit. If Qin Wushuang had taken the supreme Dao fruit from the Amei Daoist sect earlier, the Qin clan would have gained 3 or 4 more supreme Dao fruits. The consequences would be unimaginable. Inwardly, Xin Tianchen was mad with anger. Usually, it was rare to encounter one supreme Dao fruit in a few hundred years. At least for the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates had never encountered such fortune divine fruit. However, during this trip to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, one supreme Dao fruit after another appeared. It had greatly tested Xin Tianchen's nerves. What made him the most depressed was that after the appearance of the supreme Dao fruit, each time it was the Xin clan that was badly battered. Xin Wuji even paid with his life. However, the Qin clan had benefited continuously. This caused Xin Tianchen to feel deeply dissatisfied. A form of crisis kept assaulting him and caused Xin Tianchen's mood to change continuously. Supreme Dao fruit, he must seize the supreme Dao fruit. Xin Tianchen understood that he must never let the people of the Qin clan consume this supreme Dao fruit. Or else, once these supreme Dao fruit produced effects, the situation of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates would be overturned. Sit and watch the Qin clan become stronger. This was something the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan would never wish to see. Especially for the Heavenly Emperor election that happened once every 500 years, regardless, he must not let the Qin clan have the chance to disrupt the situation. Thinking here, Xin Tianchen left the Illusion Heavenly Lake and arrived at a remote place. He activated the communication jade plate and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. Tianchen, how is the situation over there? Is the ordeal competition still not over? Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen asked with an indifferent tone. Your Majesty, I think it's about to end. However, the situation is extremely unfavorable to us. Xin Tianchen was almost gnashing his teeth. That Qin clan, those 2 people from the Qin clan have both made it into the top 5. The top 4 would be rewarded with a supreme Dao fruit. If 2 of them made it into the top 5, even if their results were the worst, one of them would be in 4th place. There would definitely be a supreme Dao fruit. Your Majesty, how are the preparations at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? When Xin Tianwen heard this news all of a sudden, his heart was also violently shaken. However, in the end, he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Xin Tianwen did not lose his self-control. After being stunned for a moment, he said, Tianchen, over there, try not to make any movements. Let nature take its course. He had his own plans. Humph, supreme Dao fruit, the more they obtain, the happier I will be. Your Majesty, you mean? Inwardly, Xin Tianchen was overjoyed. This way, the Heavenly Emperor had already arranged everything. Tianchen, don't beat the grass to scare the snake, Xin Tianwen said lightly. Don't let the Qin clan see any flaws, understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Xin Tianchen immediately answered. Then, he asked, Your Majesty, is there still no news from Wuji? A few months had passed. If there was still no news, perhaps Xin Wuji was truly dead. Suddenly, Xin Tianwen's tone became heavier as he said with an indifferent tone, Tianchen, don't ask about Wuji. Don't tell anyone. I will only tell you that he is not dead. However, you must not tell anyone about this news, understand? Wuji is not dead. Xin Tianchen was overjoyed. Your Majesty, the Coagulate Soul genuine book you bestowed to him must have worked. Ha, great. Your Majesty, great. Xin Tianwen gave a slight sneer. It's still somewhat troublesome. Anyways, you will know about this matter when you return. Initially, after Xin Wuji had seized Ruo Ping Fairy's body, he had returned to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with a low profile. When Xin Tianwen saw his beloved son appear in such a manner, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. When he left the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he was still a 7-foot-tall man. When he returned, he had turned into a graceful young girl. However, in the end, his son was not dead. While Xin Tianwen was furious, he also felt gratified. He could think of a way to deal with the matter of the house. Therefore, he comforted Xin Wuji, Wuji, don't be upset. Now, you should train well and make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage. When your divine soul is completed, I will shape an ideal male body for you. For this body, you can just destroy it. Xin Wuji said with a tone filled with resentment, Great Father, that Qin Wushuang has harmed me. As long as the Qin clan is not destroyed, there will always be a knot in my heart. It's extremely difficult to make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage. To make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage, he must solve all the heart devils. For example, honored warrior Ji Huai of the Qin clan, a heart devil had troubled him for a few hundred years. In the end, he could not break into the Supreme Tao stage. Xin Tianwen was an expert, of course he knew. He nodded lightly and said, Wuji, don't worry, I will not let you wait too long for this day. Great. Father, I must capture that Qin Wushuang alive and let him experience the taste of becoming a woman. Xin Wuji's mind was completely twisted. On the transportation formation of the 8th island of the illusion Heavenly Lake, the 5 victors had already stepped into the formation. Including Ling Tianji, the other 3 looked at Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong with some astonishment. Only 5 people were left. How come Zhu Yunyang was not there? Clearly, those 3 felt strange. If there were only 5 people left in the end, Zhu Yunyang should have been there. Why was there no Zhu Yunyang, yet there were 2 people from the Qin clan? Could it be that an elite warrior like Zhu Yunyang was also disqualified? Who had disqualified Zhu Yunyang? Those 3 looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. As they thought about it, inwardly, they trembled. Could it be that Zhu Yunyang was disqualified by the 2 brothers of the Qin clan? They were aware of Zhu Yunyang's strength. He was definitely at the same level as them, for he was at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Additionally, that Zhu Yunyang excelled in transformation and his strength was not weak. He was definitely the most popular figure to win the championship. If Zhu Yunyang was disqualified by the 2 heroes Qin Wushuang without a sound, then, instantly, the gaze of these 3 had become complicated. They shot a sidelong glance at Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong. Inwardly, an unprecedented mutual understanding emerged. They must not let these 2 heroes of the Qin clan continue to work together. Regardless, they must break them up and disqualify one of them. Or else, when these 2 work together, compared to them fighting alone, they would always have an advantage. When these 3 looked at each other, they had reached an unprecedented mutual understanding. Although Qin Wushuang appeared to be calm on the surface, inwardly, he was experiencing a perilous situation. Certainly, these 3 had reached a mutual understanding. Just as Qin Wushuang had expected, the 9th island would be their main battlefield. Everything was within his calculations. Only, the random teleportation of this transportation formation had more or less left a gap for the 2 of them to work together. Therefore, at this point, Qin Wushuang would not dare to guarantee that he would be able to regroup with senior brother Qin Taichong before those 3 people. Senior brother Taichong's strength would not be a problem. However, the remaining 3 opponents were all existences at the same level as Xin Wuji. Ling Tianji from the Heavenly Mountain sect of the extreme North Snow Zone, Jiang Kuei from the One-Horned Dragon clan of the Eastern Sea, and Lu Qingchuan from the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. These 3 were the absolute proud sons of heaven of their respective sects. They were also the strongest elite warriors of the young generation beneath the totem clans of their respective forbidden spiritual zones. They shared the same status as Xin Wuji and Zhu Yunyang, who was disqualified by Qin Wushuang. They were known as the Tian Xian 5 Heroes. Of course, the title of the Tian Xian 5 Heroes was added by the common people. Since the totem clans did not step out, of course they were the ones to dominate. Compared to the exceptional disciples of the totem clans, the Tian Xian 5 Heroes could not help but pale in comparison. Among the powerhouses of the totem clans, the strength of the Tian Xian 5 Heroes would at most be in the middle. At this moment, these 3 were the greatest enemies of the 2 Qin brothers. Qin Wushuang sent his voice to Qin Taichong, senior brother Taichong. These 3 have reached a mutual understanding. When we arrive at the 9th island, if you are close to me, I will go find you. If we are far away, you must use all methods to make sure you do not get chased. Qin Wushuang weighed the severity of the matter. He knew that if they were far away, before Qin Wushuang could arrive, perhaps other people would set their eyes on senior brother Taichung. Therefore, the Battle of the Ninth Island had a delicate situation. From Qin Wushuang's perspective, the crucial point was for these two to enter the top 4. Once they entered the top 4, even if senior brother Taichung was disqualified, he would get a supreme Dao fruit as a reward. As for the second or fourth place, they would all get supreme Dao fruit. The only difference would be the supreme Dao armor and supreme Dao weapon. Although the Qin clan did not have much of these two rewards, a disciple at the level of Qin Taichung would not lack them. Therefore, Qin Wushuang's goal was to help senior brother Taichung enter the top 4. As long as he entered the top 4, even if Qin Wushuang could not win the championship in the end, he could ensure that the Qin clan would get 2 supreme Dao fruit. Once Qin Wushuang won the championship, he would get 3 supreme Dao fruit. Qin Wushuang knew that the opportunity to change the fate of the Qin clan was right before him. It would depend on whether he could reach out and grab it. If he could bring back 5 supreme Dao fruits from this trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, to the declining Qin clan, without a doubt, it would be a tremendous turning point. For your information, perhaps 5 supreme Dao fruits would be a great fortuitous opportunity that was hard to come by in a few thousand years. Even for the powerful totem elite warriors, each family could only afford 1 supreme Dao fruit. It was apparent how precious this object was. I must help senior brother Taichung enter the top 4. 2 supreme Dao fruits, this is my bottom line. Qin Wushuang secretly made up his mind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the transportation circle was activated, 5 figures threw themselves into the 9th island. As they kept going deeper into the Ordeal Islands, each island would be much more vast than the previous one. The terrain would also be much more complicated. The surface area of this 9th island was 5 times larger than the first island. The instant each person was being transported, a voice sounded beside their ears at the same time. Young people, the environment of this island will form enough of a threat to you. There will be many spiritual beasts at the same level as you. Of course, if you can pass it smoothly and enter the 4th level island, most likely you will face the test of the Supreme Dao spiritual beast. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 694. Whoosh. With a flash of meteoric light, he dropped onto the island. Qin Wushuang's figure paused and he stood firmly. He observed the situation around him briefly. He had also heard that voice a moment ago. On this 9th island, there were many spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Therefore, on this island, besides the threat from the opponent, he must also be on guard against the threat from the inside of the island. However, Qin Wushuang had no other choice now. At this point, he could only fight with all his strength and strive for the best result. He took out the observant finger jade plate and immediately locked onto the position of the other 4. Qin Wushuang's complexion was as bitter as a bitter gourd as he gave a long sigh inwardly. Indeed, the heavens are not going according to my wishes. Senior brother Taichung is so far away from me. Fortunately, it seems that everyone is far away from each other. Those 3 guys will certainly think of a way to make a move against senior brother Taichung. This point could be seen from the eyes of those 3 guys on the transportation platform. Qin Wushuang was extremely sensitive to the grasp of the situation. He knew that under such circumstances, meeting up with senior brother Taichung might not be the most ideal choice. It was because most likely those 3 would form an alliance with mutual understanding and attack the Qin brothers from all sides. Although the rules did not allow an alliance. However, such mutual understanding could exploit the loopholes of the rules. It seems that I must adjust my strategy. There is only one way to seize the top 4. Let senior brother Taichung be eliminated 1 step later. As long as any one of those 3 is 1 step later than senior brother Taichung, I can lock onto the top 4. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he observed the observant finger jade plate again. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. Lu Qingchuan of the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect. It's you. According to the Jade Plate, the position of this Lu Qingchuan was the closest to Qin Wushuang. She was no more than 3,000 miles away. For senior brother Taichong and the other two, they were at least 10,000 miles away. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to take the risk and bet on this Lu Qingchuan, Flying Rainbow Dojo. Qin Wushuang didn't have a good impression of this name. One had to know that on the first day they entered the illusion Heavenly Lake, they encountered a Lu Yixiao who claimed to be from the Flying Rainbow Dao Right, who tricked them into the immortal leaf-flying boat, causing them to suffer greatly. Until now, Qin Wushuang still didn't know what was going on. Since Lu Qingchuan was the closest to him, then he would use Lu Qingchuan as a weapon. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and cleansed his body. Since he was going to take the initiative, regardless of whether the other party had placed a tracking talisman on him this time, he had to refine it. Otherwise, the other party would have easily detected his approach. Qin Wushuang was a very perceptive person. Naturally, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Lu Qingchuan was a female. She was also the only female within the top 5. However, this Lu Qingchuan had always liked to dress up as a man. At this very moment, she was like an elegant young master as she slowly opened her eyes under a large tree. Whoosh! Lu Qingchuan spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Her thin willowy eyebrows twisted into a trace of annoyance. Inwardly, she thought, that Qin clan is not the leading powerhouse of the Shen Yuan Mound, how could they be so monstrous? Among the top 5, there are 2 spots. That Qin Taichong has mediocre strength, how could he enter the top 5? He must have run into some dog's hit luck. And that Qin Wushuang, judging by his strength, he has not even entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. I don't know what kind of crooked path he has taken, yet he is worthy to be ranked with me in the top 5. Lu Qingchuan was the type of woman who was absolutely superstitious about strength. Having received the traditional education from the illusion Heavenly Lake, Lu Qingchuan also spoke bluntly to men. Although the degree of her abnormal mentality was not as high as that female celestial Miao Yun of the Amei Daoist sect, she also thought highly of herself. Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei should have the same idea as me. I cannot let the Qin clan keep laughing. It's time to make a move. Lu Qingchuan raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a trace of pride. Like a beautiful peacock, she was incredibly narcissistic. Ahem. Suddenly, Lu Qingchuan was moved inwardly. Someone's here? With a thought, her hand was already holding onto the sword hilt. Pulling the pair of short swords that were like autumn water, they emitted dazzling lights with a cold and terrifying aura. Miss Lu, don't be nervous. A figure pierced through the sky. It was Ling Tianji. Nervous? Lu Qingchuan raised the corner of her mouth. Ling Tianji, do you think you are qualified to make me nervous? Ling Tianji laughed. That's right, Miss Lu is more powerful than me. However, it seems that the competition between us should not appear on this 9th island, right? Lu Qingchuan's brows trembled. What do you mean? You are not here to persuade me to form an alliance, right? Ha ha, of course not. Different sects are not allowed to form an alliance. Ling Tianji said with a smile, of course, I know about this. However, this time, my first target is not Miss Lu, nor Jiang Kuei. As for the specific target, Miss Lu should know. Lu Qingchuan was well aware of it, yet she said, I don't know. Ling Tianji laughed. Have you locked onto Miss Lu's target? Lu Qingchuan said, do you want to ask if my target is you or not? Ling Tianji said proudly, if Miss Lu is calm enough, it shouldn't be me. Alright, let's not talk too much. If we talk too much, it will seem like we are forming an alliance. Hehe, let's each do our own thing, how about it? Lu Qingchuan snorted lightly. Whatever. At this moment, Lu Qingchuan's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Ling Tianji's expression also turned slightly cold. What's the situation? Roar. With a loud sound, a huge black-back serpent scuttled out aggressively from the dense forest. It rolled its terrifying body, and its fishy tongue was like a huge rope. It was extremely terrifying. This is a spiritual beast at the peak of the common mysterious stage, Ling Tianji shouted. Lu Qingchuan obviously realized it too, and reprimanded tenderly, "Good, I was just worried about not having a chance to practice. Ling Tianji, you can get lost now." At this moment, a mysterious light suddenly shone from the underbrush in the west. A ferocious giant beast seemed to have drilled out of thin air. It had a manner like steel thorns, which appeared abnormally ferocious. The scales on its body were extremely domineering. With a loud roar, the entire void seemed to be trembling. "Another one!" Ling Tianji shouted in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh. Two spiritual beasts scuttled out consecutively from the south and north. One was a huge golden bull, and the other was a huge tiger with red spots all over its body. Four of them, four spiritual beasts. Although Lu Qingchuan was conceited, she couldn't help but gasp at this moment. Ling Tianji said leisurely, "Miss Lu, then I'll accept deferentially and get lost first. You should be able to deal with them, right?" Lu Qingchuan's scalp went numb. If it was one or two, she had the confidence to deal with them. However, with four spiritual beasts at the exquisite mysterious stage appearing all of a sudden, how could Lu Qingchuan still have that confidence? Her expression turned slightly cold, and she glared at Ling Tianji. "You want to escape, but do you think you can escape? No matter which direction you escape from, they will definitely attack you first." Ling Tianji smiled bitterly and said, "Then what should I do?" Lu Qingchuan sneered and said, "Do whatever you want." Ling Tianji sighed and said, "Looks like I can only fight side by side with Miss Lu. Sigh, my luck is really bad. Why did four such abnormal spiritual beasts suddenly pop out?" Lu Qingchuan said coldly, "Cut the crap. 2 for each of us. You can pick." Roar. That golden bull was the first to attack. It tilted its head, and its two horns that were like golden light suddenly moved. Like two sharp blades, it pushed its four hooves, and its entire body was like red lightning as it charged straight over. The huge bull horns formed two streams of air, and pierced straight over. At the same time, the big snake with a black back also followed and twisted its body. With a swing of its tail, a whistling whip heavily smashed towards Lu Qingchuan's head with an imposing manner that could tear apart the void. Boom! An imposing manner that was like Mount Tai pressing down. Lu Qingchuan's body was as light as a swallow as she gracefully moved her body. With both swords in her hands, she shouted against the wind and crossed her swords. Drawing a cross-shaped light, she slashed towards the direction of the big snake with a black back. What Lu Qingchuan didn't expect was that the moment she moved, the other two spiritual beasts actually rushed towards her with the same target. Especially the spiritual beast with a manner that was like steel needles. It opened its big mouth, and with a flash of mysterious light, a powerful force formed a huge whirlpool. The abnormal suction force that it produced instantly formed a large mass of air, causing Lu Qingchuan's body to suddenly feel a sense of stagnation. Not good. Lu Qingchuan's heart suddenly became anxious. She didn't expect that Ling Tianji would actually sit and watch. Moreover, this stupid spiritual beast actually targeted and attacked her alone. "Ling Tianji!" Lu Qingchuan shouted in anger. "Miss Lu, be careful." Ling Tianji shouted in a low voice. "I'm coming." Lu Qingchuan heard and hurriedly said, "Help me deal with that monster with a manner on its head. Quick." "Alrighty." Like a giant flying bird, Ling Tianji's figure flew over from the side. The instant he brushed past Lu Qingchuan's shoulder, both of his hands moved continuously. As if his 10 fingers were flying, waves of sword chi spurted out from between his fingers. For a time, like the falling stars from the sky, the sword chi flew horizontally and vertically towards Lu Qingchuan. Lu Qingchuan never expected that Ling Tianji would make a move against her. "Ha ha ha. Miss Lu, sorry for the offense." With this laugh, his voice immediately changed. When Ling Tianji's figure dropped to the ground, with a change of face, he immediately restored the appearance of Qin Wushuang. "It's you." Lu Qingchuan dropped from the sky in despair. Qin Wushuang had already locked all the vital acupoints in her entire body. Her sea of qi and dantian had been sealed by the sword qi. Even someone as powerful as her who was at the peak of the common mysterious stage could not do anything. For those four spiritual beasts, with a flash, they also transformed into meteoric lights and entered Qin Wushuang's sealed scroll. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "It's me, Miss Lu. Didn't you, Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei, come to a mutual understanding to deal with the two Qin brothers? I'm only striking first to gain the upper hand." Lu Qingchuan's complexion became thoroughly red. "You are despicable, shameless," Qin Wushuang said with a leisurely smile. "Miss Lu, you are too naive. There is the so-called saying that all is fair in war. However, on the other hand, even if I was the real Ling Tianji, under that situation, I would have attacked you. Eliminating someone, isn't it eliminating an opponent?" Lu Qingchuan was speechless. She never expected that she would be eliminated this quickly. She had just entered the 9th island. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 695. Miss Lu, your dantian is sealed. If you are confident that you can survive on this island, I will not stop you, ha ha. Qin Wushuang laughed and no longer made a move. He lifted his feet and walked away like a gentleman. Lu Qingchuan gnashed her teeth in anger. "Qin Wushuang, you are despicable. You are shameless." However, when she spoke these words, even she felt she was not in the right. Despicable and shameless. A moment ago, she was still thinking about how to deal with the two Qin brothers. She would eventually have to pay for what she did. Although she swore, she did not dare to be careless. She took out the transportation jade plate, clenched her teeth and activated it with extreme unwillingness. Although her dantian was sealed, she still had the remaining power to activate this transportation jade plate. Amidst her anger and unwillingness, a burst of divine light brought her out. Qin Wushuang was not too far away. When he saw Lu Qingchuan being transported out, he gave a light sigh. Despicable. Perhaps in the world of martial artists, besides hot-blooded battles, they always need some wisdom and methods. If this is called despicable, then so be it. For the family, for the people I love to live better, I must get the supreme Dao fruit. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang held the observant finger jade plate in his hand. Yet, he realized that Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei were already rushing towards Qin Taichong at full speed. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang was rather calm. Since Lu Qingchuan was out, it meant the top 4 spots were set. He had made the right bet. Even if he and senior brother Taichong were to be disqualified immediately, they would be the 3rd and 4th place. They could still take the 2 supreme Dao fruits. However, Qin Wushuang's goal was not just this. Next, he would fight for the championship, for one more supreme Dao fruit. In the end, Qin Taichong was defeated. He was defeated under the attack of Ling Tianji. However, to Qin Taichong's surprise, when he was defeated, there was already someone who was disqualified before him. In other words, Qin Taichong was the 4th place. When he was transported out, Qin Taichong did not know that Lu Qingchuan was already disqualified. Feeling extremely regretful, he walked out dejectedly. However, he saw his colleagues from the Qin clan welcoming him with a face full of smiles. "Congratulations, eldest senior brother. Haha, what's there to be happy about?" He was only one step away from the supreme Dao fruit reward. "Alas, but I admit defeat. That Ling Tianji is too strong." Haha. Qin Taichong was rather open-minded. "What do you mean by one step?" Qin Hao cried out, "Eldest senior brother, you're in 4th place, so you'll get a supreme Dao fruit." "I am 4th. Qin Taichong was a little confused. He was defeated by Ling Tianji on the first day he entered the 9th island. Naturally, Qin Taichong felt that he would be the first to be eliminated. "That's right. Eldest senior brother, don't you know?" Qin Hongyang also laughed. "An hour before you, Flying Rainbow Dojo's Lu Qingchuan was eliminated. As soon as this Lu Qingchuan came out, she swore at junior brother Wushuang. It seems that she was eliminated by junior brother Wushuang. Hey! In that case, I have unknowingly made it to the 4th place." Qin Taichong felt that his luck was too good. He was already extremely lucky to make it to the top 5. It was too unexpected for him to make it to the top 4. Qin Yunran walked over with a smile. Taichung, you are very lucky this time. However, it's all thanks to Wu Shuang. It seems that Wu Shuang is indeed the deputy general of the Qin clan. Ha ha, top 3, now let's see how they compete for the top 3. Inside the 9th island, Qin Wu Shuang observed the observant finger jade plate. He knew that senior brother Taichung was already eliminated, yet he could do nothing. Ling Tianji was close to senior brother Taichung. Unless he could teleport, he would not be able to make it. However, senior brother Qin Taichung had already exceeded the quota by making it to the top 4. Although Qin Wushuang felt somewhat regretful, he did not feel sad. Since this Ling Tianji defeated senior brother Qin Taichung, let me, Qin Wushuang, defeat Ling Tianji. Qin Wushuang was filled with even more expectation for this championship. Top 3, the final competition for the top 3. Indeed, the terrain of the 9th island was much more complicated. Many ferocious beasts roamed about. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang also had spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Plus the purple cloud yin-yang wings, it allowed him to deal with many situations with ease. Clearly, that Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei were also abnormally careful. Now, Qin Taichung was already eliminated. What remained was the competition between the top elite warriors. The mutual understanding between each other had already collapsed. Now, they were only focused on competing for the championship and defeating the other opponents. One must say that Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei were incredibly astute. Initially, they thought there were only 4 people left in the competition. However, after a few days, vividly, they sensed that it seemed Lu Qingchuan had already been eliminated. This caused them to be even more vigilant against Qin Wushuang. In the beginning, they felt that Qin Wushuang was powerful and not simple. However, as the battle progressed to this point, they realized how terrifying Qin Wushuang was. That Zhu Yunyang and Lu Qingchuan were both on par with them in terms of strength. Since these two were eliminated by Qin Wushuang, their strength could be imagined. Therefore, Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei were abnormally careful. In this way, Qin Wushuang could not get a chance to approach them through the observant finger jade plate several times. These two people's defensive lines were set up very well. For a moment, it was not easy to break through. These two people were very pragmatic to be able to fight their way into the top 3. They attacked when it was time to attack, and defended when it was time to defend. They would never be greedy and advance prematurely. Although they were very unwilling, they had to admit that in front of the powerful Qin Wushuang, they had to take a defensive stance in order to have a chance to stand out. They had no chance of winning against Qin Wushuang. Zhu Yunyang and Lu Qingchuan had already sufficiently explained this point. This kind of pragmatic tactic made Qin Wushuang feel somewhat worried. If this continued for a long time, Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji might form a tacit understanding. Even with the help of the spiritual beasts, certainly Qin Wushuang would not be able to deal with 2 warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage at the same time. In fact, when dealing with one person, Qin Wushuang had fully utilized tactics. Perhaps Qin Wushuang could win if he were to fight head-on, but he might not be able to take down the other party. If the other party insisted on not fighting and chose to retreat, he would be helpless. When he fought with Xin Wuji, it was because Xin Wuji had underestimated him and caught him off guard. He had eliminated Zhu Yunyang because he thought he was smart and pretended to be Qin Wushuang to trick him. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang beat him at his own game and defeated him in one move. To deal with Lu Qingchuan, he had used tactics to confuse her. Each battle had its own characteristics and did not rely on absolute strength to win. Every success was due to factors that could not be replicated. Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji were both at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Once they were determined to take a defensive stance, their powerful strength was apparent. Each time Qin Wushuang approached their defensive circle, he would trigger their defensive formation and startle the other party. For a few times, Qin Wushuang had given up halfway. After trying it twice, Qin Wushuang also learned his lesson. He thought to himself, Now these two seem to be on guard against me and are not coming out. It's not easy to deal with them. I can use the observant finger jade plate to lock onto their position and summon the sealed spiritual beasts to attack them together. However, it's not easy to approach their defensive circle. Initially, when I approached Lu Qingchuan, it was because she was not on guard and was too confident. Now, the situation is completely different. Qin Wushuang was also incredibly distressed. He knew that he had almost used all of his trump cards. When facing elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage who were determined to defend, indeed he did not have many ways. Perhaps, these two guys are planning to wear me out and try their luck at the 10th island. In fact, Qin Wushuang did not want to enter the 10th island. Because, when he entered the 9th island earlier, there was a voice that reminded him. The 10th island was the most difficult among the 4 levels, and also the most dangerous. Because there were divine beasts roaming around there. Divine beasts, no matter what level of divine beasts they were, could not possibly be fought against by elite warriors below the Supreme Tao stage. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was eager to settle the battle on the 9th island. If Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji were not aware and played a hunting game with Qin Wushuang was very confident that he could fish in troubled waters and settle these two people on the 9th island. However, the other party was very cunning. Lu Qingchuan and Zhu Yunyan's experience made those two people's tactical choices very practical. They did not play confrontation with Qin Wushuang at all. Just like that, time passed by without a sound. Qin Wushuang had already tried 4 times. No matter if it was Jiang Kuei or Ling Tianji, they were both unusually sensitive. They did not allow Qin Wushuang to approach and escaped without a trace. It was not that Qin Wushuang did not think of using the encirclement tactic. However, no matter if it was the swallowing sky lion dragon or the dark mysterious snake, they were both at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Under the situation where they did not have divine weapons, they did not have full confidence to guard a gap and not let them break through. Therefore, Qin Wushuang's first 4 attempts all ended in failure. Calculating the time, it was already the 27th day on the 9th island. After another 3 days, the time limit would be reached. Once the time limit was reached, they would be transported to the 4th level island and enter the 10th island to face the legendary divine beast. In the territory occupied by the divine beast, Qin Wushuang's many advantages would completely become fleeting clouds. In front of the divine beast, strength was completely useless. It was a competition to see who had better luck, who could persist longer, and who could guarantee that they would not be discovered by the divine beast. Qin Wushuang decided to try again. In the last 3 to 4 days, no matter what, he could not leave any regrets. This time, he decided to make a move on Ling Tianji. If it was possible, he would use the graceful spiritual bow. Currently, he had used up all the Supreme Tao 5 elemental talismans. Just by using the graceful spiritual bow, in fact Qin Wushuang did not have absolute assurance to shoot Ling Tianji. Honestly, Qin Wushuang did not want to use the graceful spiritual bow. It was because once an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage had a Supreme Tao weapon, it would be enough to destroy the green jade arrows. For this point, Qin Wushuang had fully experienced it during his battle with Xin Wuji. Now, with only 2 green jade arrows left, of course Qin Wushuang was unwilling to take the risk. However, up to this point, he was unwilling to waste any more time. Going to the 10th island to face the divine beast was definitely not something that Qin Wushuang was willing to face. The decisive battle must be completed on this 9th island. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 696. The focus of the competition for the top 3 was actually the championship. Although there was a difference in the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd place, there was not much difference. Both of them had a Supreme Tao fruit. The only difference was the Supreme Tao armor and Supreme Tao weapon. The championship was the dream of all the 74 contestants who signed up for this trial competition. Now, 71 of them had been eliminated. Only 3 people were left. Deep in their hearts, these three people were determined to win. If they couldn't win the championship, the difference between the second and third place was meaningless. Master, dark mysterious snake is in position. Purple-eyed golden bull, burning sky explosive tiger are in position. Sky-swallowing lion dragon, in position. Swoosh. Qin Wushuang's body was like a lightning that flashed across the sky, penetrating the distance of the void. In this battle, no matter if he won or lost, Qin Wushuang would go all out. In a remote corner of the 9 islands, Ling Tianji suddenly opened his eyes. With a tug of his hand, a small white flag appeared in his hand. With the small flag in his hand, he waved it left and right a few times. The aura of spiritual power around Ling Tianji suddenly became dense, and blue water ripples appeared in the void. These water ripples rippled gently. At first glance, it looked like he was in a water body. But in fact, these water ripples were only in a vaporized state, simulating a liquefied state. And these ripples were Ling Tianji's defense formation. With the formation flag in his hand, Ling Tianji could see all the abnormal movements within the defense range through the fluctuation of these water ripples. Suddenly, Ling Tianji's eyebrows moved. He waved the small flag in his hand again and again, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Again? This kid really doesn't want to give up. Looks like he can't hold it in anymore. Humph, it's already the last 3 days. Let's go to the 10th island to decide the winner. Ling Tianji waved the flag, and a sparkling and translucent light ball soaked down. Suddenly, Ling Tianji's body was swallowed by it. Soon after, Ling Tianji's figure disappeared into the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 or 4 figures continuously shot over. Oh no, Master, that guy ran away again. Damn it. Ran away again. When the 4 exquisite mysterious realm spirit beasts approached, they discovered that Ling Tianji's figure was already nowhere to be seen in the circle they had surrounded. Qin Wushuang shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. Feeling the aura left behind by Ling Tianji, he looked very unhappy. Ling Tianji's perception was simply too strong. Qin Wushuang had already done his best, but he didn't expect that this guy would still be 1 step ahead of him. On the observant finger jade plate, Ling Tianji was running at high speed and was already at least 100 miles away from him. Qin Wushuang gritted his teeth. Chase. Although Ling Tianji managed to escape, Qin Wushuang had the observant finger jade plate. It wasn't a problem for him to track Ling Tianji. However, it was hard to say who would win in this kind of chase. Although Qin Wushuang had the purple cloud yin-yang wings and had a slight advantage in terms of absolute speed, the terrain of this island was steep. Clearly, the chase was not purely a competition of speed. One must also consider the terrain and all other dangerous factors. Ling Tianji's body was as light as a swallow. His flying technique was extremely unique. Although it was not as majestic as the purple cloud yin-yang wings, his flying technique had integrated the profound mysteries of space to the smallest detail. He almost could not feel the air resistance in the space. This was the difference between Qin Wushuang and Ling Tianji. Qin Wushuang was at the perfect void martial stage. After all, he had not shattered the void. Clearly, his comprehension of the space laws was not as good as Ling Tianji. His absolute speed was due to the shuttling ability of the purple cloud yin-yang wings. For Ling Tianji, his absolute speed was not as fast as Qin Wushuang. However, his comprehension of the space laws was extremely detailed. It allowed him to reduce the air resistance in the void to the lowest level. This way, the two of them were almost evenly matched. In fact, Ling Tianji was also feeling annoyed inwardly. With his personality, he would never be chased by others. On the contrary, in the past, he was the only one who chased after others. However, the elimination of Zhu Yunyang and Lu Qingchuan had created a tremendous mental pressure for Ling Tianji. If it were during normal times, he would never fear a head-on battle. However, this battle was related to the competition for the supreme Dao fruit. Despite Ling Tianji's unwillingness, he must face this situation. Therefore, he compromised and chose to avoid the battle. If elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage were unwilling to fight, Qin Wushuang realized that it would be truly difficult to catch up to them. After Qin Wushuang urged his extreme speed a few times, he still could not shorten the distance between him and Ling Tianji. Now, Qin Wushuang realized that indeed, he must face the difference between them. Just when Qin Wushuang was chasing Ling Tianji endlessly, Jiang Kuei from the one-horned dragon clan of the Eastern Sea was enjoying the peace and happiness brought to him by the water of the illusion heavenly lake to his heart's content. Jiang Kuei's pair of green eyebrows rose leisurely. There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth as he mumbled to himself, "Let these two idiots kill each other. The final result will be mutual destruction, ha ha ha." It's good to be a member of the dragon clan. It's much more comfortable to be in the water than on the island. Initially, Jiang Kuei was not on the island. On the contrary, he found the water next to the island and found an extremely comfortable place. He ignored the chase between Ling Tianji and Qin Wushuang and appeared to be watching the fire burning across the river. Since Jiang Kuei came from the one-horned dragon clan of the Eastern Sea, certainly he had more ways to survive in the water than Qin Wushuang and Ling Tianji. On the land, perhaps Jiang Kuei would not dare to claim to be number one. However, in the water, among all the participants, he would definitely claim to be number one. In the endless Eastern Sea, the one-horned dragon clan was definitely a top-notch existence. This Jiang Kuei was the most exceptional young warrior of the endless Eastern Sea. He was equivalent to Xin Wuji in the Xian Yuan Mound. In the endless Eastern Sea, besides the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans, the totem powerhouse was the Forefather Dragon clan. The so-called Forefather Dragon was the dragon clan from the immemorial period. The dragon clan with the purest bloodline. 2 days had passed and there was only 1 day left before the time limit of the 9th island. Qin Wushuang still did not give up chasing Ling Tianji. In fact, Qin Wushuang already knew that it would be extremely difficult to catch up to Ling Tianji. It would be almost impossible. However, Qin Wushuang did not give up. First of all, he wanted to exert enough pressure on Ling Tianji to affect his mind in the next level. In addition, during this chase, Qin Wushuang enjoyed it immensely. Especially when he was fighting against Ling Tianji, an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage, it allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the space laws. In half a year, after passing through the 9 islands, Qin Wushuang did not give up on comprehending the space laws and the concept of shattering the void. Therefore, up to this point, he already treated chasing after Ling Tianji as an activity to hone himself. Also, with the help of this training, it allowed him to have a clearer future on the path to the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Qin Wushuang enjoyed this feeling. At the 10,000 Flower Valley, he had refined the Sky Pilfered Pill and entered the perfect Void Martial stage. After more than half a year of tempering, Qin Wushuang thought it would not be that fast to break into the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. However, in this half a year, inside the island of the illusion Heavenly Lake, the training environment was a few times better than the outside world. This allowed Qin Wushuang's training progress to develop at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Qin Wushuang realized that he was only 1 step away from that exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Inside Qin Wushuang's heart, an ambition had emerged. He desired to achieve a qualitative leap in this chase and dash for the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. If he could dash into the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, even if he did not defeat his opponent on this 9th island, it would be a success. The sun gradually rose from the east. Currently, Qin Wushuang, who was flying above the illusion Heavenly Lake, saw that at the end of the boundless illusion Heavenly Lake, there was a layer of dense fog that made it seem like a fairyland. However, the golden sunlight seemed to be able to pierce through the blue dome of heaven and penetrate into this boundless body of water. Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception was also a layer of brilliant light. It was as if a large door had opened to receive a ray of sunlight from this world. Whoosh! Qin Wushuang suddenly descended. What gains and losses? What success and failure? In an instant, Qin Wushuang's heart had all settled down. When this ray of sunlight shot in, it was as if it had directly shot into the depths of Qin Wushuang's heart. A realization suddenly blossomed in his heart like a lotus flower, extremely holy and great. The 3,000 Great Taos. In this nature, every blade of grass, every tree, Every ray of sunlight, every drop of rain, every flash of lightning, every gust of wind, all of them follow the laws of nature. How the heavenly Tao operates is the creation of the heavenly Tao. Those who obey the heavenly Tao live, those who defy the heavenly Tao die. Is the so-called heavenly Tao like this? That ray of sunlight seemed to have directly knocked open a large door in the depths of Qin Wushuang's heart, and awakened Qin Wushuang's dormant heart. Seeing one's nature clearly, becoming one with the Tao. The human heart could be hidden, but the heavenly Tao could not be changed. When the human heart was hidden, one would not be able to see one's nature clearly. Naturally, one would not be able to see through the heavenly Tao. Just like the heart demon. With the heart demon, the supreme divine Tao would be unreachable. Since Qin Wushuang's debut, this was the first time that he had such a deep understanding of the word Tao. What is Tao? There is no Tao in Tao. Tao is everywhere, but nowhere to be seen. Tao is in the heart, in every detail in the vast universe. In a trance, Qin Wushuang was already immersed in it. When he opened his eyes, the sun had already set. The afterglow of the setting sun, like the morning sun, made one's heart feel peaceful. Qin Wushuang felt as if his entire person had been baptized, and his body and mind were joyful. He knew that the door to his divine sense had already been opened. Breaking through to the exquisite mysterious boundary, everything was already prepared. Only the final impact was left. At the same time, the 30 days on the 9th island had passed just like that. On the 9th island, 5 people had entered, and 2 had been eliminated. Lu Qingchuan was ranked 5th, Qin Taichong was ranked 4th, and the names had already been decided. And the fight for the top 3 seemed to have entered a white-hot stage. Just as the organizers had predicted, the top 3 rankings would only be decided on the 10th island. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 697. The fight for the top 3 was extremely heart-wrenching. Everyone was looking forward to the final fierce battle on the 10th island, looking forward to the final ranking. The transportation platform was activated, and 3 figures shot into the 10th island. During the transportation process, there was still a clear voice ringing beside their ears. Young people, congratulations on entering the final 4th level of the island. Although this 10th island is the first island of the 4th level, its degree of danger is definitely much higher than the previous islands. In this island, you must be 120% alert and not show off. If you encounter danger that you can't handle, don't be stingy in activating the transportation jade token in your hands. I wish you good luck. Please remember, this stage is not just a test of survival. The champion's reward is 2 supreme Tao fruits. One of them comes from this island. Whoever gets that supreme Tao fruit first will be the champion. You can leave the island in advance. Of course, the supreme Tao fruit is not so easy to get. Beside the divine beast, you must be mentally prepared. Of course, if you can't get the supreme Tao fruit, then according to the previous rules, whoever stays on the island the longest will be the champion. This voice sounded like a warning and also like an exhortation. This was not important anymore. The key was that on this island, what the 3 of them had to face was a divine beast. A divine beast that could tear them to shreds anytime. This organizer had indeed put in a lot of effort. Obviously, they also did not want to see the competitors still using the escape tactic, but encouraged them to take the initiative to attack. Take the initiative to seize the supreme Tao fruit. In this island, the last to leave the island might not necessarily be the champion. Because, obtaining the supreme Tao fruit was the champion's priority. In this way, the fight for the champion seemed even more interesting. Take the initiative to seize the supreme Tao fruit. This was the riskiest but also the most tempting choice. Or, drag it out with the opponent and see who was the last to leave. But for this choice, one must consider the situation of the opponent obtaining the supreme Tao fruit and locking in the champion in advance. The risk was small, but the champion had to look at other people's faces. Or, take the initiative to attack, not with the goal of seizing the supreme Tao fruit, but with the goal of forcing the opponent out, locking in the champion with the opponent out. 3 choices. After comprehensive consideration, the third was still the safest. He didn't need to look at other people's faces, nor did he need to take a huge risk by plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth. Qin Wushuang swept away his previous impatience. Ever since he gained enlightenment on the last day of the 9th island, Qin Wushuang had become much more relaxed. Gains and losses were no longer so important. Divine beast. Qin Wushuang thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth revealed a pleasant smile. Then, let me experience the charm of a mythological beast. It was not that Qin Wushuang had never dealt with divine beasts before. In the 10,000 Flower Valley, Qin Wushuang had also tasted divine beasts at the 8 Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao Realm. After staying in the 10,000 Flower Valley for so long, he had not been killed by divine beasts either. Of course, there was a reason for that. There were many cultivators in the 10,000 Flower Valley, which attracted the attention of the divine beasts. Secondly, Qin Wushuang's observant finger jade plate collected the aura of the 9-change celestial tiger's consciousness. Only then could he locate the location of the divine beasts and deal with them. On this 10th island, they were not told how many divine beasts were on this island. Moreover, if they were not close to the territory of the divine beasts, the observant finger jade plate would not be able to collect the aura of the divine beasts if they did not emit it. In that case, Qin Wushuang naturally could not locate the location of the divine beasts. Therefore, in order to survive on this divine beast island, one must first collect the aura of the divine beasts. Similarly, only then could one make an accurate judgment. The moment they landed on this divine beast island, Qin Wushuang felt a completely different aura. This island was indeed completely different from the previous 9 islands. It was less tranquil, and more gloomy and terrifying. The strong murderous aura made Qin Wushuang, a warrior who was used to killing, feel waves of palpitations. It seems that surviving on this island for 2 months is definitely not easy. The 3 islands at the 4th level all had an upper limit of 60 days. Qin Wushuang felt that the final ranking would most likely be produced on this 10th island. It would be extremely difficult to survive on the 10th island for 2 months. Using the same rules, Qin Wushuang took out the observant finger jade plate and started to locate the location of Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei. This island was incredibly huge. The positions of these 3 were far apart. Indeed, this Jiang Kuei is cunning. He is not inside the island, but is heading towards the water region of the illusion Heavenly Lake. It seems that this Jiang Kuei is going to use his advantage as a martial artist of the endless Eastern Sea to survive in the water region. This guy seems to have a card up his sleeve. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not allow Jiang Kuei to be at ease. He initiated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and dashed towards the direction where Jiang Kuei was hiding. On this divine beast island, it would not be a good idea to hide and react passively. At least, Qin Wushuang did not plan to remain passive. Regardless, he decided to grasp the initiative in his hands. After 2 hours, Qin Wushuang already approached the water region where Jiang Kuei was. With a long whistle, he roared, "Jiang Kuei, do you think that you can evade the attacks of the divine beasts by hiding under the water region?" Initially, Jiang Kuei was 100 meters below the water region. However, upon hearing Qin Wushuang's roar, he still felt a burst of throbbing. Inwardly, he was furious. "This Qin Wushuang, I did not provoke you, but you came to provoke me." At this moment, Ling Tianji's voice also sounded nearby. "Ha ha ha, Qin Wushuang, Jiang Kuei, you guys sure know how to choose a place. I will also join in the fun." Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. "He is also here." Ling Tianji's laughter sounded again. "I am sorry to tell you guys that I have already disturbed a divine beast lair along the way. Perhaps, that divine beast is about to wake up. Moreover, I did not conceal my aura along the way. If the divine beast's consciousness is sharp enough, it will definitely be able to chase me here." Ling Tianji was certainly angry that Qin Wushuang was chasing after him. However, he also rationally understood that if he wanted to win the championship, his opponent was not only Qin Wushuang, but also Jiang Kuei. That Jiang Kuei did not bat an eyelid and hid in the water region. Ling Tianji also calculated that. Therefore, he had the same idea as Qin Wushuang. He absolutely could not let Jiang Kuei hide in the water region so comfortably. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly rushed out from the water region, and a huge water column shot straight up to the sky. Jiang Kuei transformed into the Kuei dragon true body and roared, "Damn human cultivators, if you two want to fight, go somewhere else. Don't disturb me." Qin Wushuang laughed and said, "Jiang Kuei, such a pleasant thing. Who doesn't want to? You want to watch the two of us fight to the death from the other side of the river so that you can reap the benefits, right?" Jiang Kuei sneered and said, "Then come and fight me if you have the ability. I have no objection." Ling Tianji's elegant figure also flew over from afar. He shouted, "Jiang Kuei, you have a good plan. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're underwater?" Ling Tianji waved the flag in his hand. His whole body suddenly turned into a ball of sparkling and translucent light, and quickly overflowed in the direction of Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei was now in the Kuei dragon true body. His dragon scales urged, and his whole body released a powerful yellow aura. A powerful dragon breath was urged out all of a sudden. He spurted out a yellow dragon aura from his mouth, and shot it toward the ball of light that Ling Tianji had transformed into. Before the dragon aura shot out, that ball of light of Ling Tianji suddenly dispersed, and turned into sparkling starlight all over the sky. Ling Tianji's figure had unexpectedly floated to the side of the huge water column that Jiang Kuei was standing on at some unknown time. He twisted a saber with his whole body and waved his arm, open. This saber actually chopped directly toward that huge water column. The water column was chopped by this saber. Immediately, all the water momentum was destroyed. It dispersed in despair, and water splashed in all directions. Jiang Kuei's dragon body, however, scuttled into the clouds. He stared at Ling Tianji as if his eyes were spitting fire. With a sweep of his sharp claws and fangs, the dragon ray grabbed down with an imposing manner that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Ling Tianji's saber light was like a carp leaping in the water. White waves and white lights appeared, and they continuously went toward that dragon ray. Waves of power collided with each other, and there were tragic sounds of air exploding. It was like metal colliding, and it was very heart-wrenching. At this moment, in the direction that Ling Tianji was scuttling out from, a powerful roar shook the sky. With this roar, it was as if the entire island was going to collapse. The rumbling sound was like thunder. The divine beast is here. The three people had the same thought in their minds at the same time. Jiang Kuei shouted, "I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to dive." Although Jiang Kuei was powerful, in front of a divine beast, he did not have the capital to be arrogant. Leaving Ling Tianji aside, he was going to dive into the water. Qin Wushuang was below at this moment. Seeing Jiang Kuei escape, he shouted, "Swallowing Sky, go and stop him." The swallowing sky lion dragon received the order. His figure fell into the water like an arrow, and he opened his bloody mouth, swallowing divine ability. Roar! A powerful suction force was sucked toward the direction where Jiang Kuei was falling. Jiang Kuei was shocked. Damn it! Caught off guard, he was almost swallowed by the swallowing sky lion dragon. He urged the dragon breath all over his body, and it barely touched the dragon breath of the swallowing sky lion dragon. He was not willing to face it head-on. He shot to the side, trying to bypass the swallowing sky lion dragon. He shouted, "Damn it, we're all fellow dragons. Why are you targeting me?" He did not know that the swallowing sky lion dragon was actually summoned by Qin Wushuang. He thought it was an indigenous spiritual beast on this island. The swallowing sky lion dragon was extremely fast. He shot Jiang Kuei to the side. His body turned into a stream of light, moving horizontally with the speed of cutting waves. Jiang Kuei was not willing to be entangled. Just as he was about to fall into the water, a huge long whip suddenly whipped up from the water. Suddenly, more than a dozen huge waves were set off, constantly whipping toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous whipping was so fast that Jiang Kuei had no time to react. He could only retreat again and again. His body involuntarily rushed into the air. Jiang Kuei, who was flustered and exasperated, was attacked continuously. The anger in his heart had actually reached the peak, and the oppression of the divine beast was imminent. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 698. Ling Tianji saw the opportunity and slashed down with his saber. Jiang Kuei, go ashore. All of Jiang Kuei's routes were blocked. He shouted, "You guys actually formed an alliance to deal with me. You broke the rules, you broke the rules." Ling Tianji laughed. "Alliance? Are you dreaming? That kid Qin Wushuang has been chasing after me for a long time." At this moment, Qin Wushuang quickly activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings. With the supreme Dao shield in front of him and the graceful spiritual bow in his hand, he shouted at Jiang Kuei, "Jiang Kuei, if you take one more step into the water, I'll shoot a hole in you." Jiang Kuei knew that his wishful thinking was in vain. He said furiously, "Even if we're not in the water, you guys will die before me." After speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the interior of the island. Qin Wushuang couldn't care about confronting Ling Tianji at this moment. With the purple cloud yin-yang wings, his body turned into a ball of light and shot into the clouds. Using the cloud feathery technique, his body turned into a ball of green smoke and blended into one with the blue sky and white clouds. He had the feeling of lying on the 9 layers of clouds leisurely. Ling Tianji made a hand gesture and didn't dare to be negligent. Sparkling and translucent light burst out from his body. In an instant, he also turned into specks of starlight and disappeared into the void like sparkling water. Although Qin Wushuang was hidden in the clouds, he had been paying attention to Ling Tianji's movements. Seeing Ling Tianji leave, he thought, if Ling Tianji lured the divine beasts here, he must know the nest of the divine beasts. Maybe this guy will go to seize the supreme Dao fruit first and snatch the championship. But I can't let him take advantage of this. Ling Tianji's method of diverting trouble was very brilliant. He could lure the divine beasts to deal with Jiang Kuei and lure the tiger away from the mountain so that he could explore the supreme Dao fruit leisurely. However, Qin Wushuang was still dubious. After all, he wasn't sure how many divine beasts there were on this 10th island. What if there was more than one? What if there was no supreme Dao fruit in the nest? What if he was walking right into a trap? Therefore, while keeping track of Ling Tianji, they also had to prepare a backup plan. It would be troublesome if they provoked the mythological beast's lair and attracted more mythological beasts. On the island, the roars of the divine beasts were still ringing in their ears. Ling Tianji flew at high speed and arrived at a deep canyon area. His figure flashed and landed at the bottom of the canyon. Qin Wushuang took out the sealed scroll and summoned the sky-pilfered mole and moon palace jade hare. He ordered, "You two, go down and check. If you find the aura of the supreme Dao fruit, contact me immediately." Sky-pilfering mole and moon palace jade hare accepted the order and left. Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry to follow Ling Tianji. He also had to be careful. After dealing with Ling Tianji for so long, Qin Wushuang knew that this person was not simple. Who knew if he had set up a trap for Qin Wushuang to fall into? Therefore, Qin Wushuang absolutely wouldn't go down rashly under the circumstances where he wasn't sure if there was a supreme Dao fruit or not. 15 minutes passed, half an hour passed. Sky-pilfering mole and moon palace jade hare searched for a long time but still found nothing. They transmitted their consciousness to Qin Wushuang. "Master, there is no aura of the supreme Dao fruit at all." Qin Wushuang sneered and thought, "This Ling Tianji is indeed playing tricks with me. This place may not be the lair of the mythological beast. However, since this Ling Tianji likes to play tricks, I'll play with him." Qin Wushuang was just about to take action when he suddenly saw Jiang Kuei's figure on the observant finger jade plate rushing over here at high speed. Haha, it seems that Jiang Kuei was also confused by Ling Tianji's trick. That Jiang Kuei left in a rage. Perhaps he did it on purpose for us to see. He must also be thinking that since Ling Tianji attracted the mythological beast, he must know where the mythological beast's lair is. Therefore, He followed Ling Tianji all the way here. Qin Wushuang saw Jiang Kuei's arrival and wasn't in a hurry. Let Jiang Kuei play with Ling Tianji first. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang's figure hid in the cloud and directly hid. Just when Qin Wushuang felt that he had a chance to watch the fire burning across the river, Qin Wushuang suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Not good, mythological beast. When Qin Wushuang thought of this, his body reacted almost at the same time and shot out like an arrow. Roar. The roar filled the sky, accompanied by countless tentacles, shot out in all directions from the cloud. It was actually a monster with countless tentacles. Each tentacle was like a strong rope that could extend freely. Qin Wushuang simply didn't have time to think carefully and rushed downwards. At this time, he could only avoid the mythological beast's attack for as long as possible. At least, he had to let Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji be attacked by the mythological beast first. The purple cloud yin-yang wings were fully activated. Qin Wushuang's figure, Jiang Kuei's figure, and Ling Tianji's figure appeared in the void almost at the same time. And that monster's body was like an umbrella that held up the sky. It opened up and covered the three figures. In other words, the three's escape route was completely blocked. Master, we found it. We found the supreme Dao fruit. In a flash, Sky Pilfered Mole and Moon Palace Jade Hair transmitted their consciousness. Qin Wushuang's heart was moved. Without thinking, he pulled the graceful spiritual bow fully and stretched his body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 arrows were shot towards that mythological beast. At the same time, Qin Wushuang's body quickly plunged to the ground. Humph! When that mythological beast saw the bow and arrow shot over, its 2 tentacles casually rolled and caught the 2 arrows. When that mythological beast saw the bow and arrow that Qin Wushuang used, it was also shocked. Its entire body trembled slightly. It was also this moment of hesitation that Qin Wushuang's figure had already plunged out of the mythological beast's attack range. With the sealing scroll in his hand, he shouted, "Mole, Jade Hair, return to your positions." With the 2 rays of light, these 2 mythological beasts had already returned to the seal. Qin Wushuang casually waved his hand and kept the supreme Dao fruit that they had plucked into his bag. Ha ha ha, Ling Tianji, Jiang Kuei, you guys have fun here. I'll make a move first. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. He had already taken out the transfer jade tablet in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, that mythological beast suddenly roared. Bang! The transfer jade tablet in Qin Wushuang's hand was actually shattered by this power of the supreme Dao fruit. The transfer jade tablet was shattered. Qin Wushuang was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Everyone knew that to leave the island, one only needed to activate the transfer jade tablet. However, he had never thought about what would happen if the transfer jade tablet was shattered. When Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji saw that Qin Wushuang had snatched away the supreme Dao fruit, they were furious. When they saw that the transfer jade tablet in Qin Wushuang's hand suddenly shattered, they laughed with great joy. However, their complacency didn't last long. That mythological beast suddenly seemed to have gone berserk. The entire void was completely covered by its huge body. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as it pounced down in a dark mass. Countless tentacles were like 10,000 arrows that were shot at the same time, wrapping around those 2 people. Not good. Run. However, how could their running speed be compared to the mythological beast's attack speed? Bang. One was wrapped up. Bang. Another one. Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei were wrapped up by the mythological beast's tentacles. Their bodies were suspended in the air and they struggled continuously. However, they actually couldn't move an inch. They were scared out of their wits. Without thinking, they directly activated the transfer jade tablet. Whoosh. Ling Tianji, out of the game. Jiang Kuei, out of the game. Qin Wushuang's expression was unsightly. These 2 opponents were sent out in an instant. However, he couldn't feel happy at all. Now, he was the champion. However, his transfer jade tablet was shattered. Facing this mythological beast, no matter how confident Qin Wushuang was, he simply didn't have any capital to resist. The most terrible thing was that the 3 dark green arrows of the graceful spiritual bow had already been used up. The graceful spiritual bow in his hand was now like a tiger without claws and teeth. There was simply no room for it to be used. With the Supreme Tao shield protecting in front of him, Qin Wushuang grabbed the Overlord Breaking Formation spear with both hands. He could only use the spear. Ha ha ha, little guy, do you think you can be more powerful than those 2 guys? That mythological beast suddenly emitted a human voice. However, within this laughter, there didn't seem to be much hostility. That mythological beast's body was also continuously becoming smaller and smaller. Its aura was also ceaselessly withdrawing. The originally dark sky also gradually regained its brightness. Little guy, where did your graceful spiritual bow come from? Do you know its owner? There was a trace of excitement in the tone of this mythological beast. Qin Wushuang never expected that this mythological beast would ask about the graceful spiritual bow. He could not help but remember the origin of the graceful spiritual bow that second chief Qin Yunran had mentioned. It was a divine weapon owned by an elite warrior of the illusion Heavenly Lake. He had failed to challenge the Shen Yuan clan when he came to the Shen Yuan Mound. As a result, the graceful spiritual bow had been lost in the Shen Yuan Mound since then. Qin Wushuang knew about this illusion. Could it be that this mythological beast was related to the original owner of the graceful spiritual bow? When he thought here, Qin Wushuang could not help but be even more vigilant. Seeing Qin Wushuang fall into silence, that mythological beast laughed. Little guy, don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, even if there were 10 of you, I would have captured you without putting up a fight. A moment ago, when I shattered your transfer jade tablet, it was not to kill you. I just didn't want you to get sent out. Senior mythological beast, this graceful spiritual bow was gifted to me by a friend. That friend of mine also inherited it from a senior of his sect. Since his senior is already dead, I don't know where he came from. Are you from the Shen Yuan Mound? The mythological beast asked. Yes, I am from the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Qin Wushuang did not lie. Yes, it's right that you are from the Shen Yuan Mound. This way, in the past, Golden Cicada did challenge an elite warrior of the Shen Yuan clan and died in a foreign land, ha ha ha. For many years, no one has revealed the answer to this riddle. Now, the graceful spiritual bow has reappeared. Ha ha ha, never mind, never mind. From the tone of this mythological beast, there was a hint of vicissitudes. Golden Cicada, are you from the Karakoram immortal clan? Ha ha, you have never heard of the 4 cicadas of the Karakoram? That mythological beast found it somewhat unbelievable. I am ignorant and inexperienced. The powerhouses of the totem clan are incredibly mysterious and I have no way to know. However, I have seen Chief Snow Cicada of the Karakoram immortal clan. Snow Cicada? Ha ha, she is only a junior among the 4 cicadas of the Karakoram. Not to mention being inferior to Golden Cicada, she is far inferior to Silver Cicada. If Golden Cicada did not die, perhaps he could be on par with head chief Wang Cicada. It was Qin Wushuang's first time hearing about the secrets of the totem clan. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he was engrossed in listening. It seemed that the graceful spiritual bow had indeed come from an elite warrior of the illusion Heavenly Lake, and it was the weapon of a totem elite warrior. Now, Qin Wushuang finally understood why the graceful spiritual bow could be so monstrous and kill people above its level. It had such an extraordinary origin. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 699. No matter how he looked at it, this godly beast did not have any hostility. Qin Wushuang calmed down and asked, Senior godly beast, since Senior Golden Cicada was an elite warrior of the totem clan, why did he die in a foreign land? That godly beast sighed, there's no need to say more about the secrets of the totem clans. It's nothing more than the entanglement between the totem warriors. Since you can inherit the graceful spiritual bow, it means that you're a person with great fortune. You're also my great lucky star, ha ha ha. Qin Wushuang's heart was moved and he could not help but ask, "Great fortune? Great lucky star? Senior godly beast, what do you mean?" That godly beast laughed, "It's very simple. That day when I was confined here by Golden Cicada, he once said that the day he came to this island would be the day I would be released. Who knew that once he came, he would not? Luckily, he also added, if he didn't come, the one who got the graceful spiritual bow would be his successor. When I see this person, I can regain my freedom." This. Qin Wushuang felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. "Haha, don't you find it hard to understand?" That divine beast chuckled and said, "Have you noticed that your graceful spiritual bow is not equipped with the original arrows? If you had used the original shooting sun arrows to shoot me, although this godly beast is not afraid, it would not be so easy to deal with, haha." Qin Wushuang sighed, "I heard that the original shooting sun arrows have been lost." Lost? That godly beast laughed, "I only remember that Golden Cicada took away 9 shooting sun arrows. But there are a total of 18 shooting sun arrows." Oh! Qin Wushuang's eyes brightened. "Do you want to know where the other 9 shooting sun arrows are? Could it be that senior godly beast knows?" Qin Wushuang was moved. "What do you mean by could it be that I know?" That godly beast appeared to be very proud and said with a smile, "Follow me." At this moment, Qin Wushuang's heart was in a perilous situation. Could it be that his luck had exploded today and he was able to obtain the original graceful spiritual bow? Following behind that godly beast, he entered the underground cave of the godly beast. This cave was secluded and winding. Along the way, it was a deep and damp path. After walking for a while, it suddenly became clear. It was a building that looked like an ancient palace. 9 fiery red arrows lay quietly on the walls of the building, giving off a very ancient aura. When Qin Wushuang saw the 9 arrows, his breathing quickened. His entire divine sense seemed to have produced an unprecedented resonance. Shooting sun arrow. Qin Wushuang realized that the graceful spiritual bow in his hand suddenly emitted a powerful resonating sound. The bowstring hummed sorrowfully, as if it was venting out the unyielding feeling that had been suppressed for a long time. This was a kind of reunion after a long separation, a kind of encounter that was destined by fate. Moved, Qin Wushuang walked to the nearby wall. Just when he was about to touch it, one of the tentacles of the divine beast immediately swept over and stopped Qin Wushuang's movements. "Don't touch." Qin Wushuang looked at the mythological beast in surprise, a trace of doubt in his eyes. The divine beast shook its head and said, "You can't touch the shooting sun arrows yet." "Can't touch it? Why?" Qin Wushuang could not understand. "It's simple, your strength is not enough to use them." The mythological beast gave a long sigh. "If you activate this defense forcefully, most likely you will suffer a backlash." "Not enough strength?" Qin Wushuang was dumbstruck as he asked stutteringly, "Could it be I must enter the Supreme Tao stage to take out the shooting sun arrows?" The mythological beast laughed. "No need. You are only at the perfect void martial stage. When you enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, you can take away the shooting sun arrows." Exquisite mysterious boundary stage? Qin Wushuang's eyes lit up. If it was the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, then he would have the assurance. After spending more than half a year at the Illusion Heavenly Lake and the other islands, Qin Wushuang had also comprehended a lot about the path of training. Especially on the path to the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, he had already swept away all the obstacles in his cognition. With a suitable environment, he could break through in one go. "Ha ha, it's only one step away," the mythological beast said with a light smile. "What? You don't have the confidence?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "For the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, I only need half a month. I am only worried that if I don't go out, would they be suspicious?" "Suspicious of what?" "Although this island is being monitored by them. But they can't monitor my underground cavern at all. Therefore, you don't need to worry. At most, they would think you went to explore the Supreme Tao fruit. Then a moment ago when you led me in, could it be they didn't see it?" Qin Wushuang found it somewhat inconceivable. "Monitor me," the mythological beast said proudly, they can monitor the entire island, but in my territory, how could I allow them to run amok? Alright, little guy from the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, I still haven't asked you, what is your name? The mythological beast asked with a smile. I am Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang? Good name. The mythological beast praised from the bottom of his heart. Alright, I will give you half a month. In this cave, the training environment is a few times better than the outside world, it should not be a problem, right? Qin Wushuang said, no problem. The mythological beast laughed and disappeared from the cave like the wind. He sent his voice, I will be in charge of protecting you. Ha ha, for freedom, I will reluctantly protect you this time. Qin Wushuang was overwhelmed with emotions. The appearance of this mythological beast had given him too much shock. Qin Wushuang found it hard to believe that encountering a mythological beast would lead to such a great fortuitous opportunity. He worked hard to restrain his emotions and control them. Qin Wushuang sat down cross-legged and decided to officially charge for the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei had been knocked out one after another. They were sent out of the island by the transportation formation and returned to the shore of the illusion Heavenly Lake. Now, the ordeal competition had come to an end. However, what made everyone confused was that since Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei had come out, why did that little guy from the Qin clan not come out after winning the championship? In the first 1 or 2 days, everyone felt it was nothing. However, after 5 or 6 days, when Qin Wushuang was still not showing his figure, some people could not refrain from whispering. What do you think that Qin Wushuang is keeping us in suspense? Why is he not coming out? Could it be he is addicted to staying inside? Ha ha, could it be he was swallowed by the mythological beast? Someone guessed without evil intentions. It's hard to say. Mythological beast, that's a mythological beast, it should be easy to swallow a martial artist that is not at the Supreme Tao stage, right? It was apparent that many people hoped something would happen to Qin Wushuang. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of humans, they could not bear to see others doing well. Inwardly, they would always feel unbalanced if they let Qin Wushuang win the championship. Therefore, they hoped something would happen to him to satisfy their despicable mentality. Especially the Xin clan, Heavenly Punishing Villa, and Sound of Thunder sect. Initially, when they saw Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei getting out and Qin Wushuang locking the championship, they felt deep despair. They had already planned to leave early and not watch the award ceremony. Unexpectedly, after a few days had passed, Qin Wushuang still had not come out. This made them become active inwardly. Vividly, they were looking forward to whether or not this Qin Wushuang had truly died inside. It was inappropriate for them to ask these questions, yet they were looking forward to it inwardly. Initially, they planned to leave, yet they stayed to wait for the result. According to the rules, before the time limit was up, they could not announce the end of the ordeal competition. Even the organizer was not allowed to enter the island to observe. Everyone only had one choice, and that was to wait for the time limit to arrive. For the Qin clan, besides Qin Yunran, who was rather calm, Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang were more or less unable to keep their cool. They whispered almost every day, why is he not back yet? Second chief, why don't we apply to the organizer, let's go take a look. Anyways, junior brother Wushuang has already locked the first place. Yes, second chief, if Wushuang is trapped by the mythological beast, it would be terrible. Qin Yunran shook his head and appeared extremely calm. He said lightly, wait. After 10 days, for the Qin clan, even Qin Taichong could not sit still. For people of the other powerhouses, most of them were certain that something must have happened to Qin Wushuang. Or else, there would be no reason for him to not come out. Of course, some people felt that Qin Wushuang would certainly come out at the last moment. Perhaps Qin Wushuang is hiding in some corner and doesn't know that Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji have already been disqualified. Right. Under such circumstances, of course he would stay until the last time limit. Or else, how would he know he would win? That's right, but is he not worried that Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji would seize the Supreme Tao fruit first? It's not that easy to seize the Supreme Tao fruit before the mythological beast. Who would dare to pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth? Inside the island, the communication jade plate was forbidden to be used. Therefore, for the Qin clan, it was impossible to contact Qin Wushuang through the communication jade plate. Naturally, they would not know the exact situation on the island. After half a month, the 5 totem elite warriors all felt this matter was somewhat strange. How come that Qin Wushuang still did not make the slightest movement? On this day, the leader of the Heavenly Mountain sect of the extreme north snow zone, Ling Sheng, brought Ling Tianji and arrived before the 5 totem elite warriors. This Ling Sheng was Ling Tianji's father and the ruler of the Heavenly Mountain sect. However, before the totem powerhouses, he would not dare to act too presumptuous. After he bowed respectfully, that Ling Sheng asked, 5 totem elite warriors, Little Tianji and Jiang Kuei were sent out at the same time. I wonder how the order will be determined. That Chief Snow Cicada said lightly, isn't this ordeal not over yet? The ranking will be announced at that time. Ling Sheng laughed awkwardly. Chief Snow Cicada, I have something, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. Ling Sheng gathered his courage and said, I want to know, if that Qin Wushuang is already dead, how will the champion be determined? Will it be empty, or will it be chosen between my son Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei? Ling Sheng, if you have something to say it all in one breath. Of the totem powerhouses of the extreme north snow zone, the cold elite warrior of the dark mysterious clan said lightly. Ling Sheng only held respect to the elite warriors of the other totem powerhouses. However, before his superior, the dark mysterious clan, he would not dare to play petty tricks. He said, before my son Ling Tianji was sent out, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of that Qin Wushuang fighting with the divine beast. It seems that the transportation jade plate was already destroyed by that divine beast. What? The 5 totem elite warriors were stupefied at the same time. The transportation jade plate was destroyed. Wouldn't that mean he could not come out? To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 700. The 5 totem elites looked at each other. They all felt that this situation seemed to have exceeded their original expectations. The totem elite of the mysterious underworld race touched his nose and said to Sect Master Snow Cicada, Sect Master Snow Cicada, this is the Karakoram immortal clan. What do you think we should do? If Qin Wushuang is really dead, will the champion have to be determined again? Or should we just leave this position empty? Empty. Sect Master Snow Cicada shook her head. The position cannot be empty. If it is empty, who will get the 2 supreme Dao fruits? Our 5 totem forces have all given out 1 supreme Dao fruit. It is unfair to give it to anyone else. We can only reward these participants. At most, the rankings will be pushed back. The original 2nd place will be the champion, and so on. The 6th place will enter the 5th place, and the 11th place will be pushed to the 10th place. Haha, the 5th place is an unexpected surprise. Rising from the 5th place to the 4th place is equivalent to obtaining a supreme Dao fruit for no reason. It is definitely an unexpected surprise. Who was the original 5th place? Is it Lu Qingchuan of the Flying Rainbow Dojo? Sect Master Snow Cicada said, Lu Qingchuan originally had the strength to enter the top 4, but, haha, she was unlucky. Life is unpredictable. Qin Wushuang displayed his invincible might in the beginning and eliminated Zhu Yunyang and Lu Qingchuan consecutively. Who would have thought that in the last round, he would lack this blessing? Shenyuan Ba of the Shenyuan clan had been silent all this while. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a strange light in his tiger-like eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Everyone, we are only making this assumption. We are not sure if Qin Wushuang is really dead. Isn't it a little too early to discuss the distribution of the rewards? Sigh, Brother Ba, we know that you are feeling uncomfortable. However, if the transportation jade tablet is not protected properly and is broken by the divine beast, then he can only wait until the time limit is up and the restriction on the island is lifted before he can come out. In 2 months, Can Qin Wushuang survive being stared at by the divine beast? Shenyuan Ba ignored these sarcastic remarks. Instead, he stared at Ling Tianji and said indifferently, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you only say so now?" Ling Tianji, under the pressure of the totem elite warrior, suddenly felt a huge pressure on his whole body, and his breathing became rapid. The totem powerhouse from the mysterious underworld race said faintly, "Brother Ba, pay attention to your status." Shenyuan Ba turned his head and stared at the mysterious underworld powerhouse. "I only asked him one question." Ling Tianji said timidly, I was flustered at that time and didn't see it clearly. That was why he didn't dare to spout nonsense." After waiting for so many days, seeing that Qin Wushuang still hadn't come out, he thought carefully and realized that something might have happened. "So I told my father, and then? What a good excuse." Shenyuan Ba sneered in his heart. What panic? It was all bullshit. Most likely, he hoped that Qin Wushuang would be killed by the mythological beast. That was his real motive. After all, if he said this as soon as he came out, maybe the totem elite warriors would intervene. In that case, if Qin Wushuang didn't die, it would be hard to say who would be the champion. Ling Sheng said intentionally or unintentionally, that Jiang Kuei came out with my son, he should have seen it. Chief Snow Cicada exchanged a glance with a few totem elite warriors and said, "Brother Ao, you are in charge of the one-horned dragon clan, you are in charge of summoning them." In fact, the brother Ao she spoke of was the elite warrior of the forefather dragon clan of the Endless Eastern Sea. The forefather dragon clan had the surname Ao. Only the forefather dragon clan was qualified to have the surname Ao. The surname Ao was also the unique surname of the totem clan of the Endless Eastern Sea. That totem elite warrior with the surname Ao performed his divine skill and made a sound transmission talisman. In a moment, the leader of the one-horned dragon clan walked over with Jiang Kuei. "Jiang Kuei, Ling Tianji said that when you came out, you saw Qin Wushuang's transportation jade plate being destroyed, is that true?" That elite warrior with the surname Ao asked. Jiang Kuei said with a mumbling voice, "I was somewhat nervous and didn't see it clearly. I only saw Qin Wushuang entangled with that mythological beast. However, he seemed to be struggling and had no room to resist. Since Ling Tianji said he saw it, then it should be the case. My field of vision was not good and I did not see it clearly." This Jiang Kuei was even more cunning than Ling Tianji. He simply evaded all responsibility. Since Ling Tianji already spoke the truth, it would not make a difference for me to add another sentence. "Ling Tianji, you can be the evil person." Ling Tianji said with displeasure, "Jiang Kuei, at that time you were in a better position than me, you should have seen it." Jiang Kuei's expression sank. The power of that divine beast was too powerful. I almost could not open my eyes, how could I have seen it clearly? He flatly denied it, again flatly denied it. Shenyuan Ba said with a cold sneer, "Are the current young generation of the Tian Shen land this irresponsible? It seems that the Tian Shen land is showing a trend of getting worse with each generation." Chief Xuechan gave a long sigh. "Brother Ba, don't be so sarcastic. That Qin Wushuang is from the Shenyuan Mound, you tell us what to do." Shenyuan Ba said with an indifferent tone, "Does what I say count? Speak, speak." At this moment, the other 4 totem elite warriors were also happy to do a favor at little cost. "Since Qin Wushuang is dead, they will yield to you and make you have nothing to say." Shenyuan Ba nodded. "In this case, let's wait for the time limit. If Qin Wushuang has not come out, then I will go in and take a look." "Wait, Brother Ba, let's talk first. If he is not dead and you go in to take a look, how will the championship be counted if you take him out? Of course Qin Wushuang will still be the champion. He held on longer than these two, it's true, right?" Shenyuan Ba did not yield an inch. That elite warrior of the dark mysterious clan shook his head. "No, it's true that he held on longer. However, if he cannot come out himself, what's the use of holding on longer? The totem elite warrior surnamed Ao of the Endless Eastern Sea also helped him. That's right, unless he comes out himself, how can we give him the championship? Is everyone not convinced?" Ling Tianji and Jiang Kuei belonged to the extreme north snow zone and the endless eastern sea respectively. Therefore, naturally, the totem elite warriors of the Dark Mysterious clan and the Forefather Dragon clan were more attentive. After all, if Qin Wushuang could not win the championship, most likely the championship would fall into the hands of the powerhouses under their rule. At this critical juncture, everyone was selfish. Xian Yuan Ba was annoyed as he looked at Chief Snow Cicada. Snow Cicada shook her head. Brother Ba, although I admire that Qin Wushuang, I must say that he could not even protect the transportation jade plate well. If he cannot come out himself, it will not convince the public to give him the championship. Among the 5 totem elite warriors, 3 of them had expressed their stance. Xian Yuan Ba could not say anything even if he wanted to. He said angrily, I don't care, if Qin Wushuang is alive, at least the top 3 spots must be reserved. After all, only the 3 of them entered the 10th island. Even if he gave up at that time, he would have locked the top 3 spots. I have no objection, I have no objection to giving him the 3rd place. The elite warrior of the Dark Mysterious clan laughed. The totem elite warrior surnamed Ao also chuckled. I also have no objection to the 3rd place. As long as it did not infringe on their interests, of course they would not say anything. Xian Yuan Ba shook his head helplessly. The 5 totem powerhouses restrained each other and disagreed with each other. With such a loophole for them to exploit, it would be strange if these guys did not seize it. It was also Qin Wushuang's fault. If he could protect the transportation jade plate well, as long as he came out 1 second later than them, he would also be the champion. The champion of the ordeal would not bring any benefits to the Xian Yuan clan. However, at least, it would represent the peak of the Tian Shen land and the honor of the Xian Yuan mound. Therefore, Xian Yuan Ba did not have any feelings for the Qin clan. However, regarding this matter, he did hope that Qin Wushuang could win in the end. What they didn't know was that while they were calculating, in half a month, Qin Wushuang had already done a lot of things at the 10th island. Whoosh! When Qin Wushuang opened his eyes, the entire world seemed to have become much clearer. A feeling of being reborn made Qin Wushuang feel that the colors of the entire world seemed to have become much richer. Finally, he had crossed this threshold of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Finally, he had entered the legendary exquisite mysterious boundary stage. From now on, the void martial stage would become history. Traces of warmth rippled inside Qin Wushuang's heart. Thinking back to the time since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, each step had been so difficult, yet so fortunate. He knew that at his age, the majority of martial artists were still struggling at the spiritual martial force. Even among the secular powerhouses, those River County fellows who had participated in the martial arts student exam with him could only linger at the genuine force. They could not even enter the upper sky spiritual martial force. Qin Wushuang had entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage at this age. What was the exquisite mysterious boundary stage? It was the path to the supreme Tao stage. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage was a bridge, a path one must pass to the supreme Tao stage. Only after stepping onto this bridge, the supreme Tao stage would be worth looking forward to. If he could not even step onto this bridge, then it would be impossible for him to peak at the supreme Tao stage. Following Qin Wushuang's breakthrough, that divine beast also floated in like a gust of wind. He laughed. Young man, indeed you are on time. Nice, very nice. It seems that the heavenly law does have some principles in the unseen world. Indeed, you are blessed to have acquired the graceful spiritual bow. Excellent. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, Senior Divine Beast, then can I take those shooting sun arrows now? Of course, no problem. However, you must be mentally prepared. This defense mechanism was set up by an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao stage. With your current strength, you will more or less be affected. That divine beast looked around with a smile. TSK, I have lived in this place for a few thousand years. Although I am like a prisoner, I am still somewhat reluctant to leave. Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line and looked at the shooting sun arrows on the wall with a blurred vision. He started to move and grabbed with his palm. Waves of qi kept grabbing at the wall. Boom. boom, boom. Continuously, with 9 violent booming sounds, bursts of golden lights kept shooting out. Suddenly, the entire cave shone with lights in all directions. If Qin Wushuang did not have the Supreme Tao shield to protect his body, certainly he would have suffered severe injuries if he was shot by this golden light. Despite this fact, he still felt as if he was in a vast ocean and was struck by the endless waves. He was unable to control himself. Finally, this golden light slowly dimmed down. The 9 shooting sun arrows were floating in front of Qin Wushuang. They were like a wanderer returning home, full of the emotions of a wanderer returning home. The graceful spiritual bow and the shooting sun arrows were finally reunited. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 701. Haha, haha, I'm free, I'm free. That divine beast was also overjoyed. Streaks of black mist were continuously released from his tentacles. That divine beast looked at this mist happily and said fiercely, "Damn seal, damn forbidden spell, I've finally left my body. Ha ha ha, long live freedom." Qin Wushuang looked at this divine beast that seemed a little crazy and could not help but smile. It turned out that even a divine beast as strong as it also had unspeakable difficulties. This world was really wonderful. A divine beast as strong as a supreme Tao elite warrior could not obtain freedom. A commoner who was as weak as an ant could sometimes die of old age without any illness. Creation was mysterious and wonderful. That divine beast roared crazily. Suddenly, as if it had gone mad, it spread out its tentacles and swept around madly. Rumble, rumble. Mountain rocks flew everywhere. The entire underground cave immediately trembled violently. That divine beast smiled and said, "Little guy, let's go, let's go." After saying that, without giving Qin Wushuang a chance to explain, a tentacle swung over and grabbed onto Qin Wushuang's waist. Suddenly, divine light rose and they disappeared from this cave. Rumble, 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 rumble. They gradually went further and further away. Arriving at the top of the island, that divine beast was in high spirits and said with a smile, "Qin Wushuang, right? Thank you. Thank you for restoring my freedom." Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Divine Beast, until now, I still don't know what's going on." "Lord, why are you sealed here?" That divine beast was in a good mood and said with a smile, "It's a long story. I've been sealed here for at least 3,000 years, right?" At that time, Golden Cicada was only a transformation Supreme Tao elite warrior, but he was already very powerful. He defeated me and sealed me on this island, forcing me to become the guardian divine beast of this island and serve for 10,000 years. I didn't expect that, haha, the successor of the graceful spiritual bow would come so soon. You let me serve for a few thousand years less. I have to thank you. Only now did Qin Wushuang know the cause and effect. He sighed and said, "Creation is mysterious, it's really surprising. Lord Divine Beast, does that mean that you can leave the illusion Heavenly Lake freely?" "Of course, I'm not that stupid. If I stay here and get caught by them again, wouldn't it be terrible if they seal me again?" Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "I can't seal you all the time, right?" The divine beast said in distress, "The totem race has always been unreasonable. If you say they won't, they will. You can't reason with them." From the tone of this mythological beast, Qin Wushuang could tell that it was deeply afraid of the totem clan. He couldn't help but ask, "Lord Divine Beast, how strong is the totem clan? How strong is he?" That was hard to say. "For your Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, who is the most elite warrior?" Qin Wushuang said, "The Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is rumored to be at the 8th Transformation Supreme Tao stage. It is also possible for me to break through to the true Supreme Tao stage. After breaking through the 9th tribulation of the 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao stage, one is only at the 1st Tribulation Genuine Supreme Tao stage. The Totem Clan's true Supreme Tao stage experts, it was estimated that there were at least 4 or 5 of them. As for the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, there were at least 10. For the coagulate Supreme Dao stage, 20 was a conservative estimate. Qin Wushuang felt dizzy and dazzled when he heard this. This many. In total, this number was more than all the Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates combined. Not to mention, those Supreme Dao elite warriors were at the genuine Supreme Dao stage. You don't believe me? The divine beast asked with a faint smile. It's not that I don't believe you, but I find it too inconceivable. Indeed, the totem clan is powerful. I just don't know if the totem clan has any elite warriors at the Heavenly Supreme Dao stage. Initially, the second chief Qin Yunran said that the strongest warrior in the Tian Shen land should only be at the genuine Supreme Dao stage. It was because when one reached the Heavenly Supreme Dao stage, they could break away from all the rules and restrictions of the land and soar to the Galaxia. Heavenly Supreme Dao stage? The divine beast gave a light sigh. Perhaps, there are some. However, I am not sure. I only know that in the Tian Shen land plane, there might be some at the Heavenly Supreme Dao stage. There are people at the Heavenly Supreme Dao stage? Qin Wushuang was astonished. This news was truly shocking. The divine beast shook his head with confusion. I don't know, I only said that there might be some. Of course, I only heard this from Golden Cicada. Senior Golden Cicada, isn't he your enemy? Why would he tell you this? The divine beast said with a bitter smile, who said Golden Cicada is my enemy? I could not beat him, so it's normal for me to be sealed by him. I'm already grateful that he did not kill me or make me submit to him. In fact, before he left the Karakoram Immortal clan, he often came to talk to me. Unfortunately, I always admired him, unfortunately. Qin Wushuang felt that his stage was still not enough. Between Supreme Dao elite warriors, they could accept defeat and victory with such calmness. Qin Wushuang, let me tell you. Back then, this Golden Cicada was an extremely eye-catching young man at the Tian Shen land. Even the current head chief of the Karakoram Immortal clan was not as popular as Golden Cicada. Unfortunately, this Golden Cicada did not have enough fortune and died at such an early age. Qin Wushuang fell into silence. Thinking about the style left behind by an elite warrior, it was truly fascinating. To be able to make a defeated opponent accept wholeheartedly, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Qin Wushuang, if you don't go out, they will judge you as the loser. Since I've destroyed your teleportation jade tablet, I'll be your mount for free. The divine beast grinned and said again, of course, you let me regain my freedom, I owe you this favor. Remember, I am the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast. The tentacles you saw are in fact my whiskers, do you know? Supreme Dao spiritual beasts can change their forms at will. Senior, this is only a gathering of the wind and clouds, I should be here. I did not come intentionally to save your freedom. There is no need to mention this favor. How can that be? I never owe anyone favors, this is called distinguishing between gratitude and grudges, understand? The 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast said with a smile, Qin Wushuang, pluck a hair from my forehead. Senior, isn't this a little offensive? No offense, just pluck as I ask, the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast said with a smile. Qin Wushuang did as he was told and plucked a hair. Heh, keep it well. In the future, if you need my help, just refine this hair directly and transmit your consciousness to me, the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast said with a smile. Qin Wushuang was a little stunned for a moment. Senior, keep it, don't say you don't care about my favor. I can't beat Golden Cicada, but I can kill an ordinary Supreme Dao elite warrior with one slap. In any case, I am also a 6th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Dao warrior. The 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast said proudly, however, in the next 10 years, I may be in closed-door cultivation and strive for another breakthrough in strength. In these 10 years, you may not be able to contact me. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, alright, I will keep it. If I need your help in the future, we will talk again. Yes, besides asking me to deal with the elite warriors of the totem clan, everything else is not a problem. The 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was incredibly straightforward. This was the truth. Certainly, He did not have the guts to deal with the totem clan. Outside of the totem clan, indeed a divine beast at his level did not have much restraining fear. Even if he encountered a few opponents he could not defeat, he could retreat with ease. Qin Wushuang took that hair and nodded. Then I will not hold back. Senior, I also wish you great progress in strength and enter the genuine Supreme Tao stage soon, heh. Ha ha, if I enter the genuine Supreme Tao stage, then I can stand at the peak of the Tian Xian land. The thousand-feeler cloud-chasing beast also laughed in high spirits and shouted, all right, sit tight, I will take you away. On the outside, even Qin Yunran was somewhat restless. A month had passed and there was still no news from Qin Wushuang. He even suspected if something had happened. On this day, Qin Yunran could not refrain himself from finding the 5 totem elite warriors. When Xian Yuan Ba saw Qin Yunran, he felt somewhat sorrowful for the Qin clan. The Qin clan's position among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates was in imminent danger. They had been going downhill. Finally, a young genius had appeared, yet when they were close to victory, such a thing had happened. Mr. Ba, Totem Elite Warriors, Qin Yunran is here to meet you. As he watched Qin Yunran walk over, Xian Yuan Ba asked, Yunran, what's the matter? Don't mind those rumors from the outside world, we will talk about everything when the time limit is up. Qin Yunran said, Mr. Ba, compared to the championship, I am more worried about Qin Wushuang's safety. If it's possible, the Qin clan will give up the championship and ask all Totem Elite Warriors to open the defenses of the island, is that possible? Xian Yuan Ba shook his head. Yunran, it's useless for you to open the defenses. That divine beast is at the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. With your strength, it's not enough to subdue it. Qin Yunran was only currying favor with the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage and was one step away from the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, not to mention the 6th calamity. Only when the Totem Elite Warriors stepped out, they could say they would win for sure. Qin Yunran knelt on one knee. Please help the Qin clan, Mr. Ba. Throughout his lifetime, Qin Yunran had only knelt to the heavens, to the earth, and to the ancestors of the Qin clan. He had never knelt to the outside world. Even to the Totem clan, he had never knelt before. This time, he was performing such a grand ceremony. Xian Yuan Ba said lightly, Yunran, get up. It's against the rules to open the defenses. Regardless, we must wait until the time limit is up. Chief Snow Cicada also said, Qin Yunran, this is the rule set by the 5 totem powerhouses together, it will not be changed by anyone. Unless that Qin Wushuang comes out himself, or else, we can only wait until the time limit is up. As if struck by lightning, Qin Yunran was dumbstruck. The time limit was 2 months. By that time, it would be too late. However, before the Totem Elite Warriors, how could Qin Yunran change the rules? He left in a daze. Finally, Qin Yunran's usual straightforward personality revealed some loneliness. Naturally, Xin Tianchen had seen all of this. Xin Tianchen was rejoicing in his misfortune. He was beaming with joy and almost mocking him publicly. Lei Yiming of the Sound of Thunder sect did not show mercy with his mouth as he mocked, Brother Tianchen, don't you think this is extreme joy begets sorrow? Ha ha, before he could win the championship, he lost his little life. Xin Tianchen said with a grinning face, it's hard to say. What if Qin Wushuang created a miracle, subdued the divine beast and dropped down from the sky? Qin Yunran shot a stern look at Xin Tianchen and Lei Yiming. At this moment, someone from the front let out a burst of cheers and hoots. Chem, what's that? It's a divine beast. There seems to be a person, isn't that Qin Wushuang? In the midst of the uproar, deep inside the illusion heavenly lake, a figure shot over like lightning like an arrow. Qin Wushuang had truly dropped down from the sky with awe-inspiring divine power. Xin Tianchen was completely dumbstruck. He even doubted whether he had jinxed it or not. Creating a miracle, subduing the divine beast, dropping down from the sky, everything seemed to have come true. On the back of that divine beast, who else could it be other than Qin Wushuang? P.S. I originally planned to publish at 4 o'clock today, and it's still early. Unfortunately, After staying up late last night, the temperature suddenly dropped a dozen degrees. I seemed to have caught a cold. I kept sneezing and my entire body felt soft. I decided to take some medicine and rest early. I owe everyone a chapter. I will make it up tomorrow morning. How about it? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 702. Xin Tianchen clenched his fists inside his sleeves and cracked his knuckles. His entire body could not refrain from trembling slightly. A form of disbelief shot out from his eyes as he wished to kill Qin Wushuang directly. The two supreme Dao elite warriors of the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect were not much better. They looked at Qin Wushuang dropping from the sky with a complicated gaze. At that moment, their eyes were filled with complicated feelings. Confusion, regret, pain, pessimism, jealousy, and deep despair. He is not dead. This Qin Wushuang is too tenacious. If even the divine beast could not kill him and was subdued by him, then the strength of this Qin Wushuang is too terrifying. Xin Tianchen's heart was dripping blood. Once again, his rationality told him that he could not endure it any longer. The growth speed of this Qin Wushuang was too fast. If he was allowed to continue developing at this speed, it would be a disaster to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Not to mention, for this ordeal, 2 of the Qin clan had entered the top 4. Among the rewards, there were 3 supreme Dao fruit. What did 3 supreme Dao fruits mean? The answer was obvious. He exchanged a glance with Yang Guinan and Lei Yiming. Each saw a trace of rich murderous intentions from each other's eyes. Chief Snow Cicada, this. When the other totem elite warriors saw this scene, they were also incredibly confused. Chief Snow Cicada also felt baffled as she shrugged her shoulders. Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on. Brother BA, your Xian Yuan mound truly has a monstrous figure. This 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast is at the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. He has subdued it. Xian Yuan BA also felt a trace of confusion as he mumbled that Qin Wushuang's strength has not reached the stage of subduing a Supreme Dao spiritual beast. Chief Snow Cicada, this is a divine beast. Could it be that he is deliberately slacking off? Sect leader Xue Chan shook her head and said, that's impossible. This cloud-chasing beast was subdued by my late senior brother, Golden Cicada. There's a seal on it as a divine beast. If the seal wasn't broken, it wouldn't dare to leave the island. In that case, its restriction has been broken. The most depressed ones were Jiang Kuei and Ling Tianji. For so many days, they had been dreaming of being the champion all the time, longing for Qin Wushuang to be killed by the divine beast and never come out again. Only then would they have the qualifications to compete for the final championship. Then, reality played a big joke on them. Let them proudly look forward to it for more than a month, and then use the cruel reality to kill their dreams. Qin Wushuang's descent from the sky crushed the hopes and dreams of countless people. On the other hand, the Qin side was filled with thunderous cheers. It was too wonderful. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. A quarter of an hour ago, they were still enduring the mockery and ridicule from all sides. At this moment, the arrival of Qin Wushuang was like an ironclad slap to their faces. Qin Wushuang flipped down from the back of the divine beast. Without activating the purple cloud yin-yang wings, he only made a hand gesture and glided down from the sky. Holding the supreme Dao fruit in his hand, he arrived before the 5 totem elite warriors. Qin Wushuang, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. A strange look flashed across the eyes of Chief Snow Cicada. Xian Yuan BA laughed. Good, Qin Wushuang, good job, everyone underestimated you. The Dark Mysterious Clan and the Ao Clan of the Endless Eastern Sea all gave a cold snort, yet they were helpless. Qin Wushuang had used his true strength to kill his way out of the siege. They had no grounds to question him even if they wanted to. Champion, Qin Wushuang, acquired 2 Supreme Dao fruits, 1 Supreme Dao armor, and 1 Supreme Dao weapon. Second place, Jiang Kuei, acquired 1 Supreme Dao fruit and 1 Supreme Dao armor. Third place, Ling Tianji, acquired 1 Supreme Dao Fruit and 1 Supreme Dao Weapon. Fourth place, Qin Tai Chong, acquired 1 Supreme Dao Fruit. Fifth place, Lu Qingchuan, acquired 1 Supreme Dao Armor. Indeed, many bystanders were envious of the award ceremony. Especially when it came to the award ceremony for the fourth place, the Supreme Dao Fruit made countless people jealous. The Supreme Dao Fruit was the guarantee to enter the Supreme Dao stage. With 1 Supreme Dao Fruit in hand, it was equivalent to having more than 95% assurance to enter the Supreme Dao stage. For this ordeal martial arts competition, the biggest winner was the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Of course, it could also be said that the Qin clan was like a dark horse that emerged at an astonishing speed and acquired 3 Supreme Dao Fruit. For the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, besides the Qin clan, Yun Zhongye of the Yun clan had also acquired 7th place. Therefore, for this battle, it could be said that the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates had succeeded. After all, among the 5 forbidden spiritual zones and a dozen powerhouses, clearly it was an unprecedented success for the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates from the Shenyuan Mound to acquire 3 spots in the top 10. However, behind this success, there were people who were endlessly disappointed. For example, the Shin clan. Being the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Shin clan should have been the most outstanding among the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. However, none of the 2 participants had entered the top 10. To the Shin clan, this was definitely a humiliating failure. Heavenly Emperor Gate. At this moment, everyone was discussing the Qin clan and occasionally the Yun clan. For the Shin clan, they were simply ignored. Even if someone mentioned them occasionally, they used an astonished tone as if they had discovered a new continent. They suddenly realized that the leading powerhouse of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates was the Shin clan. This way, some people could not help but doubt the position of the Shin clan. They highly doubted whether the Shin clan had an undeserved reputation and did not deserve the position of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Under everyone's doubtful gaze, Shin Tianchen left the stage in an embarrassing state. For the trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan could be said to have lost completely. Regardless of how one looked at it, the Shin clan did not gain anything. What they did have was a humiliating record. After the award ceremony had ended, the 10,000-year immortal pilgrimage pageant had ended in a grandiose manner. The Qin clan had reaped a great harvest. The other powerhouses from the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates were all considering whether or not they should consider improving their relationship with the Qin clan. After all, the Heavenly Emperor election pageant was not far away. A dozen years had passed in the blink of an eye. Who knew whether the Shin clan would still be the winner during the next Heavenly Emperor election? Would they still be qualified to be the winner? When facing the Qin clan that had suddenly risen powerfully, not to mention the fact that the Shin clan was not mentally prepared, even the other sects felt somewhat overwhelmed. No wonder the Qin clan was an established sect. Although in the recent 1,000 years, they had given people the feeling that they were going downhill, their sudden rise this time had verified that old saying. The inheritance from the ancient times was incomparable to the new and outstanding sects. Sometimes, one's foundation could suppress everything. When the pageant had ended, each sect was preparing to return to their hometown. However, Shenyuan Ba ordered the leaders of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates not to leave in a rush, and to wait for him at the guest house. Clearly, Shenyuan Ba wanted to hold a meeting. For the Qin clan, each of them were overjoyed. This time, to the Qin clan, it was definitely a rewarding return. No victory could compare to the happiness before their eyes. When Qin Yunran received Shenyuan Ba's order, he said to the juniors of the Qin clan, "Wait for me here, I will go and see what orders Mr. Ba has." Inside the guest house, Qin Wushuang talked about his encounter on the island with a group of senior brothers. When he talked about it, everyone was surging with emotions and were endlessly excited. Qin Taichong chuckled and said, "Wushuang, why else would I say you have great fortune? You even encountered such a small probability thing. Ha ha, you don't know how marvelous everyone's expression was when you arrived while riding on the divine beast. Especially Shin Tianchen and the others, they even had the heart to die. Ha ha." Qin Hao also said with smiles of exultation, "Isn't that right?" Those bastards were waiting to laugh at the Qin clan. Fortunately, Wushuang, you appeared at the right time. Haha, you slapped their faces loudly enough. By the way, senior brother, junior brother Wushuang, what does that supreme Dao fruit look like? Show it to us. Qin Hao was the first to lose his cool. Yes, we haven't seen it at a close distance, senior brother. Don't look at how Qin Taichong was usually cheerful. At this moment, he held a firm stance as he shook his head. Junior brothers, although junior brother Wushuang and I seized this supreme Dao fruit, it's not our private property. Everything must be handled by the seniors of the sect. Therefore, don't make any little calculations. How to distribute the supreme Dao fruit, it will depend on the chief's intentions. Qin Hao scratched his head and appeared to have an unbearable itch. He laughed. Senior brother, we are not going to seize that supreme Dao fruit, we are just going to take a look. Besides, in terms of qualifications, you and junior brother Wushuang can certainly take one supreme Dao fruit. It will not be our turn. Qin Taichong laughed. For now, I am not at the peak of the common mysterious stage, it's not meaningful to take the supreme Dao fruit. Unless I break through the ravine mysterious stage and enter the common mysterious stage. Or else, even I cannot take the supreme Dao fruit. Junior brother Wushuang, what about you? I see that you are also at the ravine mysterious stage, right? Qin Taichong had powerful eyesight as he saw through Qin Wushuang's stage with one glance. Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. I should not take it either. For the supreme Dao stage, I plan to make a dash for it by myself. It's not my wish to rely on the supreme Dao fruit. His words made Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang speechless. They both smiled bitterly. The supreme Dao fruit was placed before him and he did not want it. Inwardly, they longed for it, yet they had no hope to get it. This was the difference. Qin Jining understood as he nodded. I think so too. With junior brother Wushuang's powerful talent, it's enough for him to break into the supreme Dao stage with his own power. Although the supreme Dao fruit can guarantee one to enter the supreme Dao stage, in the long run, the supreme Dao created by the supreme Dao fruit will certainly not have the potential as an elite warrior who comprehended the supreme Dao stage by himself. Of course, nothing is absolute. Above the supreme Dao stage, each step is extremely difficult. In terms of potential, to many people, it's like floating clouds. It's already a blessing to enter the supreme Dao stage. This was the truth. Those at the peak of the common mysterious stage who could enter the supreme Dao stage were 1 in 100. It could be said that entering the supreme Dao stage was almost every martial artist's lifelong wish. However, in the end, most people were destined to have no fate with the supreme Dao stage. Therefore, to most martial artists, entering the supreme Dao stage was a success. As for potential, it was not important. It was because it was impossible for many people to challenge a supreme stage like the genuine supreme Dao stage. Qin Hongyang asked with concern, I don't know how the chief will distribute these supreme Dao fruits. There are a few honored warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. If all of them can break into the supreme Dao stage, then we can certainly achieve a great victory in the Heavenly Emperor election. We can suppress the Xin clan and take back the Heavenly Emperor seat. While they were talking, a figure came from outside the door. Brother Wushuang, Shongyi is here to visit. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. He nodded to his fellow disciples and walked out. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 703. The two brothers held each other's hands and nothing was said. Congratulations. Shongyi said with a light smile, especially since the one-horned dragon clan did not win. Very good. Suemi also laughed. Brother Wushuang, thank you. If you had not come out, most likely the one-horned dragon clan would have won. By that time, they would have been even more arrogant. Initially, the one-horned dragon clan did not share a good relationship with Suemi's coiled dragon clan. These two clans were the most prominent among the true 9 dragon clans. Only, The one-horned dragon clan had a monstrous Jiang Kuei that broke the stalemate between these two clans. Unconsciously, the one-horned dragon clan had shown signs of surpassing the coiled dragon clan. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Brother, what do you plan to do next?" Shangyi rubbed his chin lightly with one hand and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. "Initially, I planned to head to the Xianyuan Mound and find trouble with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, since you hold a grudge against the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would be the same for either of us to handle this matter. Most importantly, my father-in-law does not agree with me going to the Xianyuan Mound. Brother, then leave it to me." Although Qin Wushuang spoke with an indifferent tone, there was a trace of coldness in his tone. How could Qin Wushuang forget the grudge of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? If he did not avenge the destruction of the Stargaze Palace, how could Qin Wushuang erase this grudge? Luo Tongtian had been jumping around for such a long time, it was time for him to stop. Shangyi patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. "Brother, we will meet again. Remember what you promised me. You must find me at the endless Eastern Sea." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Brother, let's keep in touch through the communication jade plate. I will contact you when we arrive at the Eastern Sea." Shangyi laughed. "Good, when we arrive at the Eastern Sea, let's explore it. The endless Eastern Sea is much more interesting than any of the forbidden spiritual zones. I will bring you to kill the sea beasts, it will be fun. You will definitely increase your strength quickly." "Okay, it's a promise." After the two brothers had said their goodbyes, Qin Yunran had just returned. When he saw Qin Wushuang, he laughed. "Wushuang, get ready, we are about to embark on our return journey. Second sect leader, why is Lord BA looking for you?" "Ha ha, this time Mr. BA is thinking for the Qin clan. He is gathering the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates to travel with him." Qin Wushuang stared blankly for a moment before he understood. Xianyuan BA wanted to put an end to the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates killing each other for the supreme Dao fruit of the Qin clan. This had saved a lot of trouble for the Qin clan. Before Xianyuan BA's eyes, even if that Xin Tianchen had some little schemes, most likely he would not have the room to execute them. Back in the guest house, Qin Yunran instructed, "Everyone, get ready. Be on standby. Wushuang, you should also get ready." Qin Yunran smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Outside the door, there was a very vigorous power. Moreover, this power was irresistible. As it took small steps, it seemed to bring about the pressure of heaven and earth. It made it difficult for people to breathe. Qin Yunran's expression changed. What was going on? Could it be someone had come to steal the supreme Dao fruit? Although this appeared somewhat absurd, the power of the incoming person had surpassed Qin Yunran's imagination. "Little friend Qin Wushuang, can we talk in private?" Like a cool breeze, an indifferent voice escaped from the crack of the door. When it reached everyone's ears, although it did not sound ear-piercing, they felt waves of heart-wrenching. "Who is it?" Qin Wushuang asked with vigilance. "I am King Cicada," this voice said lightly. "King Cicada?" These two words sounded ordinary, yet the expression of Qin Yunran, Qin Wushuang, and the others changed drastically. King Cicada, the head chief of the Karakoram Immortal Clan, the highest existence in the entire Tianxian land. Qin Wushuang looked at Qin Yunran with suspicion. Qin Yunran also found it strange. Who was this King Cicada? Why would he look for a junior like Qin Wushuang? Even the head chief of the Qin clan would not be qualified to receive an elite warrior at the level of King Cicada. However, Qin Yunran did not doubt him at all. It was because the temperament of the incoming person was too powerful. His power had reached a stage beyond his imagination. Qin Yunran nodded and motioned to Qin Wushuang to meet him. Before an elite warrior at the level of King Cicada, Qin Wushuang had nothing to hide. To put it bluntly, he was giving you face by meeting you. For an elite warrior at the level of King Cicada, there was no need to consider any utilitarian motives. Qin Wushuang walked out in large strides. On the lawn outside the guest house, an indistinct figure like a ball of air walked slowly, appearing both real and illusory. Qin Wushuang followed behind him. Unconsciously, He had arrived deep in the mountain. The figure suddenly stopped, and the shadow that seemed real and illusory slowly turned into a real body. It was a daoist with a few strands of beard. He was wearing a daoist robe, and his entire person gave off a feeling of superiority and aloofness. It's my honor to meet Qin Wushuang, daoist master King Cicada. Qin Wushuang did not neglect him. Ha ha, the exam champion, Qin Wushuang, very good. King Cicada sized Qin Wushuang up meaningfully. There were traces of appreciation in his eyes. In the beginning, he did not understand why Li Buyi would protect a young man. However, as the exam continued, King Cicada finally understood some reasoning. Indeed, Li Buyi had exceptional insight. This Qin Wushuang did not have the strongest strength among all the participating martial artists. However, his methods and ability to win the championship were almost overwhelming. However, King Cicada did not expose Li Buyi's care. King Cicada knew that for now, Li Buyi did not want this young man to know about his special care. Qin Wushuang, I am very curious. That 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was subdued by my junior brother, Golden Cicada. The time of the seal will still be up. How come it accompanied you out of the island and was not attacked by the seal? From the corner of King Cicada's mouth, there was a trace of indifferent smile. Daoist Master King Cicada, since the chasing cloud beast was able to come out, it did not violate the rules. Qin Wushuang answered casually. He did not understand King Cicada's intentions. Thus, he did not answer in too much detail. Yes, since the chasing cloud beast was able to get out, at least it proves that you already got those 9 shooting sun arrows. This way, for sure, you also got the graceful spiritual bow that junior brother Golden Cicada lost, right? King Cicada asked with a smile. Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. He looked at King Cicada with astonishment and could not help but nod. For this matter, he could not deny it even if he wanted to. These Supreme Dao elite warriors were perceptive and saw through everything. Especially this senior King Cicada, he was unfathomable. It would be unwise to lie before such elite warriors. Ha ha, don't be nervous. Daoist Master King Cicada laughed. Since you got that graceful spiritual bow, it proves that you are the fated one. The Karakoram Immortal Clan is not that stingy to take it back. In fact, this graceful spiritual bow does not belong to the Karakoram Immortal Clan. Back then, junior brother Golden Cicada had obtained him by chance. Unfortunately, among the 18 shooting sun arrows, 9 of them are in the hands of the Shen Yuan clan. Shen Yuan clan? Ha ha, if junior brother Golden Cicada had not gone to the Shen Yuan mound to challenge the Shen Yuan clan, how could the shooting sun arrows have been lost? And how could junior brother Golden Cicada have died in a foreign land? Initially, he was defeated by a peerless elite warrior of the Shen Yuan clan. Then, his whereabouts were unknown. I asked you to come because I wanted to see that graceful spiritual bow again. King Cicada's tone was incredibly sincere. Qin Wushuang knew that King Cicada's words were not false. He took out the graceful spiritual bow and instantly, it shone with resplendent divine lights. Instantly, King Cicada's gaze was filled with complicated feelings. After a while, a wave of faint sadness flashed across his face. He nodded. Put it away, it's good. Qin Wushuang put away the graceful spiritual bow. Especially Qin Wushuang, this dark horse that had appeared out of nowhere. Previously, countless disciples of the Qin clan had expressed doubts about his sudden appearance and were puzzled by how the chief had bestowed him with such a high position. Now, all doubts and puzzlement had vanished like smoke in thin air. What else was there to doubt? He had won the ordeal, taken 2 supreme Dao fruits and killed Xin Wuji. All of these accomplishments were enough to explain everything. Even that honored warrior Ji Huai felt extremely ashamed after he had learned everything. He called Qin Shaohong and ordered him repeatedly to not cause trouble for Qin Wushuang. Or else, he would punish him according to the family rules. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 704. Qin Chongyang led the large group at the foot of the mountain to welcome the heroes from the illusion Heavenly Lake. When the two chiefs met, they smiled at each other, for they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, this time, they had gained a lot. It had definitely surpassed their greatest expectation before their trip. When they left the aspiring Throne Mountain and headed to the illusion Heavenly Lake, the Qin clan only intended to watch the excitement and see the world. They did not have much intention to compete. With the Qin clan's situation and talent reserve at that time, they did not have much qualification. However, all the dreamlike changes had come from Qin Wushuang, the variable. For all this time, Qin Wushuang had excelled at creating surprises and miracles. This trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake had unleashed such dreamlike creation to the extreme. Second, let me tell you a piece of good news. Yesterday, the solitary training place of the head chief overflowed vividly with purple clouds. I think the head chief is about to come out. Qin Chongyang was in high spirits when he met with happy events. Qin Yunran's brows moved. The head chief is coming out. Haha, great, this is great news. Behind Qin Chongyang, the few honored warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage, including honored warrior Ji Huai, all revealed an abnormally straightforward expression. Clearly, to them, the news of the Supreme Dao Fruit was too sensitive. They cared more about how the Supreme Dao Fruit would be distributed than anyone else. Clearly, Qin Chongyang knew the thoughts of these people as he said with a smile, "Second, Tai Chong, Wushuang, let's go to the solitary training place of the head chief and see if we can get some hints. Everyone else, return to the upright morality hall, we will be there soon." Hearing Qin Chongyang's instructions, no one dared to disobey. Instantly, Qin Jining, Qin Hao, and Qin Hongyang had become the most popular people. They were surrounded by everyone as they walked towards the upright morality hall. Clearly, everyone wanted to get the first line of concrete information from their mouths. The place where the head chief was in solitary training was the most dangerous and the safest place in the entire aspiring Throne Mountain. The mountain was almost vertical to the ground. On top of the towering cliff, before a cave dwelling. Dense purple clouds kept overflowing from the cave dwelling. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran brought two juniors to the entrance of the cave dwelling. Qin Chongyang said in a low voice, "Head chief, Yunran and Chongyang brought two juniors to pay you a visit. Congratulations to head sect master for coming out of seclusion." Qin Yunran also smiled and said, "Head chief, you have been in seclusion for a long time." Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong did not even dare to breathe loudly. He sensed the powerful divine Dao ripples and aura around this cavern. Just this presence alone was enough to prove that this head chief of the Qin clan was definitely not simple. The degree of his power far surpassed Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang. "Yunran, Chongyang, it's been 200 years. An aged voice emerged slowly from inside. "Is everything all right at the Qin clan?" The head sect master's voice was unexpectedly old. Those who heard it were shaken to the core. When the head chief was in seclusion, no one knew where Qin Wushuang was, and Qin Taichong was not born. Even their grandfather's generation probably hadn't been born yet. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye within this cliff. Although the Qin clan has always been ridiculed by people, they still stand strong. This time, before I came to the head sect leader's cave, I have good news to report. "Oh," that aged voice said lightly, "it's been a long time since I had any good news. This time, what good news?" Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "This time, the Qin clan received the favor of the heavens as they bestowed virtuous disciples. During the trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, at the 10,000-year immortal pilgrimage pageant of the Karakoram immortal clan, they displayed their divine power and took the championship. In addition, one disciple was in the top 4 and received a total of 3 supreme Dao fruits as a reward. 3 supreme Dao fruits. The aged voice of the head chief was also clearly somewhat astonished. He even sounded somewhat excited. "Chongyang, is what you said true?" "Head chief, it's true. The 3 supreme Tao fruits are genuine goods at a fair price. They were bestowed by the 5 totem powerhouses. The head chief was stunned. After a while, he roared with laughter. Good. Indeed, it's good news. The Qin clan upholds justice for the heavens, and in the end, we will not be abandoned by the heavens. Very good. It seems that the Qin clan has such an up-and-coming talent for nearly 200 years. Very good. Head chief, not only that, Qin Wushuang also killed Xin Tianwen's son, Xin Wuji, the heavenly emperor. He ruthlessly defeated the prestige of the heavenly emperor Xin clan. Also, Qin Wushuang also seized 2 supreme Tao fruits from the side of the divine beast. In other words, the Qin clan has a total of 5 supreme Tao fruit. Ah! Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as the head chief was instantly dumbstruck. 5 supreme Tao fruits. Why did this matter sound so unimaginable? He was the leader of a sect. How could he not have seen the preciousness of the supreme Tao fruit? In terms of this plaything, sometimes it would be possible for one to not appear in a few hundred years. Not to mention 5, to the heavenly emperor 8 gates, even if one appeared, they would fight over it with all their might. They would not hesitate to lose their lives. 5. This was an astronomical figure. For a time, even someone like the head chief was stunned by this news. Wushuang, Taichong, what is your current strength? Have you reached the peak of the common mysterious stage? The head chief asked. Head chief, currently I am at the profound mysterious stage. I have not entered the common mysterious stage. Qin Wushuang answered honestly. Qin Taichong also said, I am only at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. I am 1 step away from the common mysterious stage. Oh! The head chief started to ponder with interest. 2 at the profound mysterious stage were able to win 1st and 4th place at the Illusion Heavenly Lake ordeal. Not simple. For each sect, there should be a few disciples at the peak of the common mysterious stage, right? Including Xin Wuji, there should be 5 or 6 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. However, before the ordeal started, Wushuang killed Xin Wuji. He did not participate at all. The other 2 at the peak of the common mysterious stage were eliminated by Wushuang. Therefore, Taichong was able to make it to the top 4. Qin Yunran explained the situation. The head chief laughed. Good, at the profound mysterious stage, you can kill someone at the peak of the common mysterious stage. It's alright if it's once, but you can eliminate someone at the peak of the common mysterious stage 2 or 3 times. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. It's been a long time since such a talented young man has appeared in my Qin clan. When he said this, suddenly the tone of the head chief changed as he asked, Yunran, Chongyang, for that supreme Tao fruit, how do you plan to distribute it? Although this is a good thing, if we don't distribute it well, it will affect our unity. For these 5 supreme Tao fruits, Wushuang got 4 of them. Yunran thought that at least one should be rewarded to Wushuang as a personal reward. For now, we have not announced the 2 supreme Tao fruits Wushuang seized from the side of the divine beast. Although the outside world has some guesses, they have not confirmed it. The head chief nodded. Since he got 4, per the rules, it should be a 50/50th reward. Qin Wushuang immediately said, I am satisfied to get 1. Wushuang, it's not a problem to reward you. The head chief said with an indifferent tone, however, I have some advice for you. With your talent and age, don't take the supreme Tao fruit if you can. With your own talent, you have great assurance to make a dash for the supreme Tao stage. Don't let the supreme Tao fruit rob your precious experience to make a dash for the supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang said seriously, Head chief, I will never take the supreme Tao fruit myself. Taichong, what about you? The head chief asked. Qin Taichong said, I also want to make a dash with my own power. The head chief laughed. Very good, young man, you should make a dash. The supreme Tao fruit is suitable for those at the peak of the common mysterious stage who cannot make a dash for the supreme Tao stage at a few hundred or even a few thousand years old. Most likely, they will not have any hope in their lifetime. The supreme Tao fruit is suitable for them. Young man, Not even 40 years old, it's a sign of weakness to rely on the supreme Tao fruit. Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong both nodded. Their eyes were filled with decisiveness. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 705. Indeed, as the head chief had said, although the supreme Tao fruit was good, it meant that an ordinary supreme Tao elite warrior would consume the supreme Tao fruit to increase the number of supreme Tao elite warriors. To supreme Tao elite warriors, consuming the supreme Tao fruit meant admitting defeat to fate and lacking confidence in breaking through the supreme Tao barrier. Of course, despite saying this, the temptation of the supreme Tao fruit to those at the peak of the common mysterious stage was unquestionable. Although the peak of the common mysterious stage had a long lifespan, compared to the supreme Tao, it was nothing. For supreme Tao elite warriors, the indestructible divine soul was the eternal way of the king. The head chief asked again, now in the Qin clan, how many are at the peak of the common mysterious stage? Qin Yunran thought for a moment. Among the 12 honored warriors, there are 4 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. The remaining 8 are at the profound mysterious stage. Profound mysterious stage, that supreme Tao fruit will have nothing to do with them. What we need is to consume it immediately and become an existence of the supreme Tao expert right away. What are the potential of those 4 at the peak of the common mysterious stage? Who are they? The 4 honorables are Honorable Ji Huai, Honorable Ji Song, Honorable Ji Bai, and Honorable Ji Tong. Qin Chongyang said with great familiarity, honored warrior Ji Huai and Ji Bo are slightly younger, but they are 600 or 700 years old. Ji Song and Ji Tong are already over 1,000 years old. Do they have the confidence to break through to the supreme Tao stage? The head chief asked. Honored warrior Ji Huai has always been rather confident. For the other 3, Ji Tong has a lazy personality, Ji Song is too careless and somewhat careless. Ji Bo is eager to forge ahead, but slightly less talented. In general, if honored warrior Ji Huai erases his heart devil, he has more hope to comprehend and become a god. The head chief laughed. Good, let's do it this way. You will announce to the outside world that there are only 3 supreme Tao fruits. For the remaining 2, one will be rewarded to Qin Wushuang. You will keep the other one. There was a hierarchy to everything, and it would only be put to use when it was needed. If Ji Huai has the confidence, let him try to break through. If he does not have the confidence, we will consider giving him the last supreme Tao fruit. We will polish his temperament. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang both felt that the head leader's distribution was the most reasonable, so they said respectfully, we obey the head leader's decree. The Great Supreme continued, go to the upright morality hall first and do as I say. In addition, since the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan suffered a great loss, with Xin Tianwen's temperament, certainly he would not let it go. All of you must be careful. Once there's any movement, you must inform me immediately. However, I will come out of seclusion in at most a month. For the next 16 years, I will oversee the general situation of the Qin. The head sect leader's tone was solemn. In the next 16 years, it would be the time of the Heavenly Emperor election. At the Upright Morality Hall, a group of higher-ups and core disciples of the Qin clan had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the appearance of the 2 chiefs and 2 major disciples, all of them were filled with joy. They had been looking forward to it for a long time. At this time, seeing Qin Wushuang walking side by side with Qin Taichong beside the head, everyone no longer had any grudges and unfairness in their hearts. With the results before them, how could they dare to say how could Qin Wushuang be qualified to stand side by side with Qin Taichong? Now the problem was, at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, who was qualified to stand side by side with Qin Wushuang? It was not about how could Qin Wushuang be qualified to stand side by side with the others, including Qin Taichong. Qin Yunran sat down boldly and waved his hand. He laughed heartily and said, "Third brother, it's better for you to say it." Qin Chongyang did not decline modestly as he nodded. Everyone, Today I have a few good news to announce. Firstly, it's time for the head chief to go into solitary training. In a few days, he will come out to oversee the general situation of the Qin clan. From now on, the Qin clan will have a stronger backbone and a more powerful backer. The second matter is what everyone is most concerned about. Indeed, our trip to the Karakoram Immortal clan was a complete victory. We won the Ordeal Championship and 4th place. In total, we acquired 3 Supreme Dao fruits, 1 set of Supreme Dao armor, and 1 Supreme Dao weapon. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of cheers beneath the stage. Everyone cheered. When they heard the chief announce it with their own ears, such feeling was incomparable to the rumors. Qin Yunran held the 3 Supreme Dao fruits he had prepared beforehand in a container. The 3 Supreme Dao fruits were dazzling as they emitted powerful Supreme Dao lights that dazzled people's eyes. Some disciples who did not have strong self-control swallowed mouthfuls of saliva as their eyeballs almost fell out of their eye sockets. Supreme Dao fruit, TSK, no wonder it's the Supreme Dao fruit. That color, that temperament. Ha, Supreme Dao, when will we have such great fortune to acquire a Supreme Dao fruit? Those disciples all discussed spiritedly and whispered to each other. Envy and expectation filled the entire great hall. The third matter is to tell everyone. Xin Wuji of the Heavenly Emperor Gate was arrogant as he provoked Qin Wushuang all the way. He was killed by Wushuang's power and intelligence. It was definitely an exceptional matter to kill Xin Wuji. Everyone knew what Xin Wuji meant to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. That high and aloof young man, that existence that prided himself as the son of the gods, had been killed by Qin Wushuang. The initial shock they felt when they first received this news was still written on everyone's face. Even that Qin Shaohong felt extremely ashamed. Thinking about how he had been arrogant to Qin Wushuang, now thinking about it, most likely Qin Wushuang had truly left him some face. Or else, with Qin Wushuang's power to kill Xin Wuji, it would have been as easy as turning his hand to kill Qin Shaohong. Even honored warrior Ji Huai had almost the same feeling. Since Qin Wushuang could kill Xin Wuji, he could also kill him, the so-called honored warrior. This was definitely not a joke. Although honored warrior Ji Huai was an old fox, in terms of power, equipment, and talent, how could he be compared with the son of the Heavenly Emperor? Everyone, since the Heavenly Emperor Gate has suffered such a loss, certainly they will not let it go. Therefore, the Qin clan must be 120% alert. For the Qin clan, in 16 years, we will have great ambitions. Certainly the Heavenly Emperor Gate Qin clan will not sit and watch us rise. Therefore, in the next 16 years, especially the next 3 to 5 years, perhaps it will be the most difficult 3 to 5 years for the Qin clan. When we make it through, the dawn of the Qin clan will appear. With the momentum of the rising sun, we will replace the Xin clan, regain the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, and enforce justice for the heaven. Qin Chongyang's tone was full of exaggeration. His words had ignited the young and old of the Qin clan. Their expression became serious and fervent lights emerged from their eyes. Qin Chongyang struck while the iron was hot as he said again, "I believe everyone has been waiting for the Supreme Dao fruit for a long time. For the significance of the Supreme Dao fruit, I want to ask if any of you know?" Yes, of course. The Supreme Dao fruit means an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao stage. Everyone knows this, right? Yes, if you don't know about the Supreme Dao fruit, then you have wasted your time. Everyone expressed their stance. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "That's right, the Supreme Dao fruit means an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao stage." And what does an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao mean? You all know this clearly. To the Qin clan, an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao stage is the greatest capital for the Qin clan to fight for power. It's also the most important indicator for all powerhouses to compete. Qin Chongyang looked at everyone with a smile and appeared calm and collected. As far as he could see, he swept across everyone's face and observed everyone's expression. How will we distribute it? I think everyone already has a plan, right? For the Supreme Dao fruit, Only elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage can break into the supreme Tao stage after consuming it. It's useless to consume it if you are not at the peak of the common mysterious stage. When you reach the peak of the common mysterious stage, the effect of the supreme Tao fruit will disappear. Only those at the peak of the common mysterious stage can consume this supreme Tao fruit. Additionally, you must possess the strength at the peak of the common mysterious stage. It's because the Qin clan needs instant combat power. The faster the better. As soon as he spoke these words, those at the ravine mysterious stage and the perfect void martial stage all gave up. Although they had some wishful thinking, despite knowing that it was unlikely for them to win the lottery, they could not refrain from looking forward and pondering. However, the words of Qin Chongyang, the third chief, had completely declared them out. Of course, they had nothing to say. In terms of strength, they were inferior to those at the peak of the common mysterious stage. In terms of experience, clearly they were inferior. Qin Chongyang swept across the entire scene with a pair of sharp eyes. I don't know if any of you feel unconvinced and feel that you should have a share of this supreme Tao fruit. I only want to say that even Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong, who have acquired this supreme Tao fruit, have not reached the peak of the common mysterious stage. Therefore, they are not prepared to consume the supreme Tao fruit. In terms of qualifications, which one of you is more qualified than them? Instantly, Qin Chongyang's words had dispelled the last trace of ill feeling in many people's heart. Even Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong could not get it. Thinking carefully, they truly did not have the capital to complain. Could it be that they were more qualified than Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong? However, now another problem had emerged. Currently, the Qin clan had 4 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. They were Ji Huai, Ji Song, Ji Bo, and Ji Tong. These 4 were all at the peak of the common mysterious stage. There were only 3 supreme Tao fruits. How could they divide them? Everyone carried such questions as they looked at Qin Chongyang. Clearly, they wanted to see how this third chief would deal with this situation. Ji Huai, Ji Song, Ji Bo, and Ji Tong, you 4 are the most qualified to consume it. There are only 3 supreme Tao fruits. How should we divide them? What do you think? The 4 of them looked at each other. Ji Tong's personality was the most lazy, and he was also the least diligent in cultivation. He chuckled and said, 2 sect leaders, in terms of talent, aptitude, and diligence, I'm the worst. If you distribute it to me, I will take it. If I don't get a share, I will not make a fuss. When he said it this way, it was inappropriate for others to say anything. Ji Song was rather thick-skinned as he laughed. Chief, I know my own business. I have no hope to break into the supreme Tao stage. If you give me this chance, I will fight to the end for the Qin clan, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Ji Bo was a man of few words. Yet, he only laughed and did not say anything. Everyone looked at Ji Huai for they wanted to see how he would express his stance. Ji Huai welcomed everyone's gaze and said honestly, 2 chiefs, I will give up on this supreme Tao fruit. I want to break through with my own efforts. Besides, I have more than 50% assurance. Give up. For the so-called more than 50% assurance, he would give up 99% chance to enter the supreme Tao stage. Everyone felt that Ji Huai would be embarrassed to accept it. This supreme Tao fruit was seized by Qin Wushuang. Everyone knew about the little dispute between honored warrior Ji Huai and Qin Wushuang. Just as the Qin clan was discussing how to divide the supreme Tao fruit, at the divine palace of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Xin Tianwen gathered all supreme Tao elite warriors, including the supreme Tao warriors of the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. They gathered urgently to discuss the great plan to attack the Qin clan. Ha ha, the general situation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is about to be activated. Is everyone looking forward to it? However, this war might not be as simple as everyone thinks. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 706. At the divine palace of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Emperor sat at the highest position. Next to him were Xin Tianwen's 3 younger brothers. They were the other 3 Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. For these 3 Supreme Dao elite warriors, besides Xin Tianchen, there was the youngest Xin Tianchong and the only female warrior among the 4 Supreme Dao warriors, Xin Tianwu. These 4 Supreme Dao elite warriors sat in the host's seat. And at the guest seats, there were 5 people seated there, and they were actually all Supreme Dao powerhouses as well. For the 2 from the Heavenly Punishing Villa, they were Yang Beifei, the head suzerain, and Yang Guinan, the second suzerain. These were 2 brothers born from the same mother. Together, they ruled the Heavenly Punishing Villa and were one of the weirdos among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Clearly, Yang Beifei's strength was above Yang Guinan. The situation of the Sound of Thunder sect was more or less the same. The head suzerain, Lei Yu, and the second suzerain, Lei Ming. Lei Yu's strength was on par with Yang Beifei. Compared to Lei Ming and Yang Guinan, of course he was stronger. The remaining person was Luo Tongtian of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Now, Luo Tongtian already learned about the death of Tian Mingshan and his 2 Shakyamuni at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Enraged, Luo Tongtian broke through the Supreme Dao stage and became a new Supreme Dao elite warrior. This breakthrough immediately allowed Luo Tongtian's position to rise with the tide. He became the guest of the Heavenly Emperor and sat at the same table with many other Supreme Dao elite warriors. Although Luo Tongtian's position was not higher than the others, at least it was an upgrade. After becoming a Supreme Dao elite warrior, he was qualified to stand on equal footing with the Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. Although he was slightly inferior in terms of temperament, he already possessed this qualification. Expressionless, the Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen sat there like a statue. That form of authority made him appear awe-inspiring without being angry. He gave people the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. Before the Heavenly Emperor, those guests did not dare to act too presumptuously. Instead, they sat there with their heads lowered. Xin Tianchen had become the representative of the Heavenly Emperor as he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, since there are no outsiders here, I am not afraid to speak frankly. In this trip to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, the 4 forces here are all victims. My Heavenly Emperor Gate lost 2 exceptional disciples and returned empty-handed. They did not even get a spot in the top 10. Being the ruler of the Xian Yuan Mound Heavenly Emperor Mountain, to my Xin clan, this result is a disaster. When he said here, the muscles on Xin Tianchen's face trembled. Now that we are back at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it's up to us to say anything. Besides, Qin Wushuang also admitted that he killed Wuji. This is easy to handle. Initially, that divine beast testified for him. Now, who will testify for him? Brother Tianchen, I am afraid that Mr. BA intends to protect the Qin clan. Yang Guinan was not without worry. Suddenly, Xin Tianwen said, everyone, don't worry about the totem powerhouse. I will make a report. For this matter, I will take care of it alone. Mr. BA protected the Qin clan under such circumstances. However, it's another matter when we return to the Xian Yuan Mound. Most importantly, among the totem clan, although Mr. BA is powerful, he is only a chief ranked at the bottom. If your majesty can get an explanation from the totem clan, then the matter of sending a punitive expedition to the Qin clan will be absolutely foolproof. Yang Guinan said with a sincere smile. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.